Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of the virtual Youth for Information Technology. This will be the last session of the 3 Saturday webinar, and we hope that all those who joined were enlightened and enriched with the interesting talks from our speakers. Let us now move on and continue our afternoon's presentation. For our first presentation, let us all welcome Dr. Larmi Filiscoso. She heads the Center for Robotics, E-Learning, and Technology Education and chair of the IT Department of Cebu Institute of Technology University, a CHED Center of Excellence in IT Education. Please welcome Dr. Larmi Filiscoso.
So what is MOOC? So we begin with a question. What is MOOC? And let us examine what each word actually means. So MOOC stands for Massive Open Online Course. So here, M, massive, it actually refers to the number of enrollees, which could be unlimited and can run into hundreds of thousands. Then we have the O for open. It is because anyone can enroll and there's no admission process, unlike in regular university admission. You need to pass various documents or take an exam before you are in. The next letter O stands for online because they are delivered entirely via the internet. And lastly, C for course, because their goal is to teach a specific subject just like an online college course. Today, I just prepared 10 things you need to know about MOOCs, which is basically comprised of 10 questions too. First is, how do you register for MOOC? The first step would be to go to an MOOC site like edx.org. Then you will see this button, the register button. Then afterwards, when you press the register button, you can create an account or simply log in using your Facebook or Google or Microsoft credentials. In my case, I just opened my Google account or FB account in my web browser and then click on the Google icon. Then automatically it would lead you to a dashboard like this. So here's a sample dashboard in EDX. You will see here I've enrolled in machine learning fundamentals, and there, if I will scroll down, there are a lot more of courses. Okay. The next question would be, how do you find courses available? So for EDX, you can see it through the Programs tab or simply click on the Discover New tab. Okay, here's the Programs tab, and this is the Discover New tab. Or you can also go to the Explore New Courses. Now, once you click them, there's a search box wherein now you can type in the keyword or any course that you want to learn. So in this case, I'm interested in learning about programming, and there are so many courses that you can choose from. If you type programming, you'll see here there are 250 results. And if you've noticed, now when you click the program, if I type in the programming, you look at the universities offering them. You have Harvard University. We also have Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and many more. You can see here some other universities, Georgia Tech, UC San Diego, Texas, even Japan-based universities, and other countries. You can have access to these courses. The next question would be, how do you enroll? So after searching for the subject, and you can click on the course image. Okay, so here, if you click, for example, this one, Introduction to Computer Science and Programming using Python, it will lead you to this course description page. So in this course description page, you can find introductory videos here. Then, so this is the description, this is the introductory video, and it will also give you information like when the course will start. You can enroll, you can reserve. For example, this course will start on January 28, 2021. You can enroll, and you will also know that, wow, there are 1,273,985 who already enrolled in this course. And other information like this is part of a program. So X series program, meaning there are multiple courses under this program. Which leads us to the next question. Is there a specific schedule for a certain course? So earlier we have here the start date of this course, and then if you scroll down, you will see on this part, on the right side, you will see the length of the course. So here, it's good for 9 weeks. It also emphasizes the effort you need to exert. So in this case, you need 14 to 18 hours per week to basically finish this course. Then you might be surprised that there is a price tag, which leads us to the next question. Why is there a price? So the course is actually free, but if you want a verified certificate from MIT, perhaps you want to use it in your resume in the future, you need to pay for the certificate. But if you just want to learn, the resources are available. You can view the activities and the videos. Now the cost here will be used to cover the cost of the verification process, and in this verification process they will ask for an ID, but no worries, again, you can still take the course for free. Okay, even if there is that $75 there. Then there's also this information course type. In this case, the course type is instructor led. So you will have a guide instructor all throughout the course. also instances wherein, in this example, still on basic of computers using Python, another course from University of Michigan, the type is self-paced. So what is self-paced? Huh? Which is our sixth question. So what does self-paced means? So to better understand self-paced, let me first discuss two types of learning. I guess we are all doing this right now, the synchronous and asynchronous learning. So when we talk about synchronous learning, it takes place in real time. So which means that a group of people engage learning at the same time. However, even though learning occurs at the same time, it's not necessary for learners to be located in one place. So everything is done online. So example of this are live webinars, instant messaging, video conferencing, and virtual classrooms. Or even this, what we're doing right now, we're watching all of the videos together. This is synchronous learning. While asynchronous learning, on the other hand, is based on the fulfilling the needs of specific learners, since it is learner-centered. So this enables asynchronous learners to finish course without having to be in a certain place or a certain time. So asynchronous learners have more freedom than any other learner to complete the course. So they can do it anytime they want, wherever they want it, and it could be through emails and blogs. Now, majority of MOOCs take place asynchronously, allowing students to study when and where it's most convenient for them. So self-paced is a synchronous type of learning. You might be wondering, are there exams in MOOCs? Actually, it depends. Because MOOCs are designed differently, even if it is coming from the same university, there are courses that you need to take time-limited exams. So, for example, here is when a quiz will be due. Here. And there are also deadlines for the assignment part, due date. Well, not all asynchronous are like this, but even asynchronous classes will give you a guide so that you will constantly visit and you will try to continue working on the particular course. Then this could lead you to another question like, why you should take MOOCs, okay? Now, I've gathered here 7 reasons why no, take MOOC. This is from topuniversity.com. Number 1 is it allows you to join in an online community over 10 million students strong. Second, you get a head start in your specialization. You'll be able to get ahead of your fellow applicants or even classmates, although it's not a competition, but by expanding your learning and brushing up on existing knowledge may give you a head start. Third, you will learn alongside a diverse group of professionals and students. According to Coursera, 75% of MOOC takers are bachelor's degree holders. 73% of users are in full-time employment, and the average age is between 25 to 35. Some are up on their existing knowledge. Fourth will be from engineering to Renaissance poetry. You can learn anything from MOOCs. Fifth will be you can follow in the footsteps of Bill Gates. Billionaire Bill Gates, the co-founder of Microsoft, and one of the most famous university dropout in history makes no secret during an interview he said, "It's kind of ironic that I'm a dropout. I love college courses, probably as much as anyone around." So he loves learning. Sixth would be, it allows you to interact in real time with real people. And lastly, it will give you a chance to be part of something global. So emerging economies like Colombia, Mexico, and Thailand are also among the top 20 countries, each hosting more than 1% of all Coursera courses. So I hope that a lot of Filipino youth will really grab on this opportunity. Now, I've been talking about EDX and Coursera. Now, if you're convinced with the various reasons why I take MOOCs, then you might be interested to check out other MOOCs providers like Udacity, FutureLearn, and Swayam. So statistics from Class Central shows that the top, of course, MOOC with 45 million learners is still Coursera, with 3,800 courses, while EDX have 24 million learners with 2,640 courses, and followed by Udacity, FutureLearn, and Swayam. So first we have Coursera. You simply type coursera.org. Same with EDX earlier. You can use your Google or Facebook account to log in. Then you can search for courses. In my case, I typed machine learning. And you can see it shows that there are 744 results. Imagine there are so many courses in machine learning. That's how important and in demand this course is. I'll skip EDX because I've shown it already earlier. Now we'll go to Udacity. You simply type udacity.com and it will give you this look. You can check it out. In Udacity, you can learn a lot from autonomous systems, various programs. It has like self-driving car, robotics, software engineer, and so on. So there are a lot of interesting programs available. Next is FutureLearn. So this will lead you to this page. When you type in futurelearn.com, you can just explore. You can type, for example, I typed in FutureLearn machine learning. So in their search box, I type machine learning and it shows 22 related courses like digital skills, artificial intelligence, and I hope you find all of this interesting, which actually leads us to another question. What's next? Now, I gave you a walkthrough of some questions about MOOCs, and I think it's about time to go to a important topic, which is machine learning. So what is machine learning? There are so many definitions you can find about machine learning, and I gathered all those definitions and tried to form a word cloud. Okay? And this is the result of the word cloud. We can see some keywords, meaning when I put all the various definitions from various sites and books about machine learning, the keywords that are often appearing will also appear in the word cloud bigger. Okay, so you can see machine, learn, data, algorithms, build, patterns. So basically, these are the words that you can find if you ask for the definition of machine learning. But my favorite definition would be from MIT Technology Review last November 2018. So it says machine learning algorithms find and apply patterns in data, and they pretty much run the world. So this is by Karen Howe. So let's give a in-depth discussion on this machine learning topic. So here's a nice diagram about ML, or machine learning, and basically a lot would really say that it's an application of artificial intelligence, wherein it provides systems that automatically learn and improve from experience. So the process of learning begins with observation or data, such as examples, direct experience, or instructions, in order to look for patterns. Okay? And for us to be able to make better decisions in the future based from our examples. So basically, machine learning are categorized in, or the machine learning algorithms are categorized as normally supervised and unsupervised. But there's another category, the reinforced version. So when we talk about supervised machine learning algorithms, this applies to those that can learn in the past. So what has been learned in the past to new data using labeled examples. So you have to label that this is the output from the past, and this data set will then be used to predict future events. While in contrast, we have the unsupervised machine learning, which are used when the information is not classified or labeled at all. So although there are some varieties that produce semi-supervised machine learning, which falls somewhere in between. And then we have reinforcement learning algorithm, which interacts with environment by producing actions and discovers error or rewards. So they employ trial and error, search and delayed rewards, and basically these are the most relevant characteristics of reinforcement learning. And today, I want to give you a walkthrough on a machine learning algorithm called support vector machine. So let's look at first at the history. This is an interesting timeline of data mining and how it evolved. So we can see it started with statistics, then computer age, to the data mining, to the things that we're doing today. Okay. Now, if you look at here, these are the common and well-known statistics concepts. The Bayes theorem in 1760s, then regression, a popular tool in data mining, and then we have in the 1930s, we have Alan Turing, who is considered the father of computer science. We have the Turing machine. In our modern day computers are built on this concept. And in 1940s, another important machine learning algorithm is the neural net. This was introduced in 1940s. Then we have the genetic algorithms in 1970s. Then the database management systems. Then we have the coining of the word knowledge discovery in databases, or KDD. Then in 1990s, we have uh, the support vector machine. So this support vector machine is just an example of machine learning. I just want to give you a walkthrough from start to finish of a face and non-face, which creates a square boundary around the face, then text and hypertext categorization, and they also used to classify data into various categories and classify images for better search accuracy for image classification, bioinformatics, it includes protein classification, cancer classification, and there were some researches where SVM was used for classifying genes, patients on the basis of genes and other biological problems. Of course, the expertise of this SVM is handwriting recognition, that's used in bank checks. So if you want to study machine learning, you can start with a simple project to fully understand its concept and also for you to have a good foundation. Of course, programming is really important, knowledge in programming, and also a good data set. So you normally start inspecting your data set by forming a scatter plot. So like this one. We assume that we have purple dots representing flowers, and the purple dots representing flowers of type A, while the red dots represents flowers of type B. Our goal is for us to teach a computer that if there's a new data set, it will automatically say that this is of type A or this is of type B. So we can train our machine to do this. The question is, how are you going to do it? So this is where support vector machine is important. So the idea first is for you to be able to form a boundary between these dots. Okay? So while one can hypothesize a clear line that separates these two classes, there can be many lines, okay, that can do the job. Like in this case, I just plotted 3. So we need to find a somewhat universal line that would classify our data most efficiently, since all these lines does the job in dividing it. So this is where the idea of support vector machine or linear SVM. No? So you might be wondering why it's called support vector. So here, these dots are actually called the support vectors. So these are the vectors, and these vectors are the one pushing. So pushing up again. So I will not deal on the mathematical aspect on this, but basically you are trying to draw the widest street possible to divide which this new X belongs. Okay? New data set belongs to. So you're going to put a division between the type A and the type B. So by inspection, you would see that this X belongs to the type B on the red dots. So let me give you another example on this, but you can do this using Jupyter Notebook. You can install it using Anaconda. In my case, the Anaconda 3. It's automatically now, it contains already the necessary Python version for you to run it. Now, just to give you a trivia, Jupyter is actually an indirect acronym of its 3 core language. It was designed for the Julia, Python, and R, inspired of course by the planet Jupiter. So here's the steps for the support vector machine. We import libraries, we prepare the dataset, we visualize the dataset, we assign features and targets, which is Y, and we define the classifier, and we use this classifier to predict new data. So with that being said, let's proceed to another example. Here, we can see here the two types of volcanoes. This is just a hypothetical example, okay? Just to illustrate to you the concept of SVM. So assuming we have two features, we have the width for the X and the height of the volcano for the Y. So we can say that the dormant volcanoes here, the X value is 1 and the Y value is 2. So this is the first one, first data set. Then another one will be 1.5 and 1.8, and another one is 1 and 0.6. So this is the 1.5, 1.8, and this is the 1 and 0.6. These are the dormant volcanoes. Then we have active volcanoes. These are the active volcanoes. So they have bigger values for the width and the height. So you can see here the X value is 5, the Y value is 8, then 8 and 8 and 9 and 11. Then we have a new volcano. New volcanoes A and new volcano B. So we assume that supposed to be, by merely looking at it, if we ask our computer to determine whether it's active or predict whether it's active or dormant, our algorithm should say, for example, A, that it is dormant, and B should result to 1, which is active. Okay? So let me give you a short demo on this using Python. Again, the objective of linear support vector classifier is to fit data by best fit, no? Here, we need to import the library. Now, we're using the numerical pi or the numpy. The matplot is for the plotting. So import matplot live.pyplot. Then we have the scikit-learn. We're going to import the SVM. Then Seaborn is just to make your presentation beautiful or presentable. In this case, now I'm just calling the set to make it ready. And now I'm typing all the values for the X axis. So in this case, these are the 1, 1.5, 1, 5. These are for the active ones, 8 and 9. This is the X values. And now I'm typing for the Y values. Okay, so the Y values are here: 2, 1.8, 0.6, 8, 8, another 8 and 11. Okay, just press Control Enter. Now I'm gonna check if it's the same scatter plot. So I'm just putting the design to make it rainbow for it to be this type. And then the train set. No? So I'm gonna put, for the training set, you need to put it in a NumPy array. So basically, I'm just inputting all the data sets here. Our data points earlier. I just want to demonstrate to you that this is how to do it in the NumPy array. Okay, and then our last data set is the 911. Okay, then this is the output, so meaning our first data set is all dormant, and then the next are all active. Then I will call the SVM, the support vector classifier. I will set the kernel. Our kernel will be of type linear, and we just put C to be equal to 1.0. So don't worry about C, it's a valuation of how badly you want to properly classify or fit everything. So the machine learning field is relatively new and experimental. So there exist many debates about the possible values of C. So in this case, let's just stick to 1.0, which is also a nice default parameter. This time, I'm putting the value for volcano A, and the output would be, I'm printing the value of A. It should be predicted as 0. So meaning, new volcano should be really dormant A. And for B, I'm inputting the value of B. And we are expecting that our machine should output the value when I print B. It should output the value active. So that's how simple it is to a start to finish machine learning. So what's next? You might ask. Well, you can learn more about this type of algorithm and many other existing algorithms, machine learning algorithms, through Coursera. You can check it out. And my bonus would be, there's actually an advantage of being part of a third world country. And in your case, you're not yet earning. You can avail of what we call as financial aid. So you just have to scroll down and check if financial aid is available. And if financial aid is available, meaning you can take the course for free, at the same time earn the certificate. So you just have to look for it and apply. Okay? So here are my references. And I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the Y4IT organizing committee headed by Dr. Jimmy Caro and Ms. Florinda. Thank you for the invitation. Now, there are various MOOCs available. You just have to grab it and make use of your time properly. So with that, stay safe and God bless everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Larmy, for your great presentation. Let us now have a 10-minute question and answer portion with our speaker and panelists. For the first question, um, from Charles Burgess, is there other MOOCs that gives financial aid like Coursera?
I
Dr.
see.
Larmy?
So actually, we have some. Mostly, these are free, but I'm not so sure with the EDX because if you want to get the certificate, normally you have to pay for them.
That's
I normally encounter this financial aid in Coursera. I'm not sure with the others. Okay.
Yeah, so there is a related question. Are the courses free?
Yes, they are free. You can open the resources, you can get all the materials, the video presentation, you can even take the quiz. The only difference there is that you cannot earn the certificate.
Okay,
But if your goal is to really learn, you don't need the certificate. It's really the learning that's more important.
it's very good that we have these free courses online available. So the next question is from John Michael. What's the next decade going to look like for them? Dr. Larmy?
Perhaps it's like a Miss Universe question now. I
Yeah.
would say when we go to machine learning now, um, there are debates that when perhaps if we can be replaced by robots in the future, no? But I still believe in humanity, and I think the future would be really bright for us.
Thank you, Miss Universe. Okay. There is a question from Maria Cristina Salada. Is it okay to use MATLAB instead of Jupyter? Are there
And
differences?
actually, instead of Jupyter, you can use R programming. These are the commonly used tools for data mining, but there are also some that uses also MATLAB. Although I am not so familiar with MATLAB, I'm familiar with R, but I'm not familiar with MATLAB. But I've read that it's really like MATLAB can be used like and also Rapid Miner.
Thank you. This wraps up our question and answer, unless there are some other questions that will crop up later. You can always reach out to Dr. Larmy, or Dr. Larmy, do you have any last comments about your
So
talk?
Um, it's really more on the wise use of time because this is the youth for IT. You are the youth, no? I strongly believe that if Jose Rizal is alive right now, he will be learning programming and really honing his skills on this machine learning algorithm. So it's up to this generation to make our future brighter. So that would be all. Thank you and have a
Um,
nice day.
Dr. Larmy, there is a pahabol na question. Can we
Okay.
have this last question from Jericho Aquino? Jupyter is good for displaying the output, but how about using Spider or PyCharm for ML?
You can use them, but PyCharm is more on the web-based application. So if you already have the machine learning algorithm, you can then put them there.
Okay, so I think this should be the last question. Okay, what exactly is all the hype behind machine learning and why is it so useful? Okay,
Because right now everything is we are generating a lot of data, and for things to be able to and we as human cannot even comprehend all this data that we are in this data overload. So how do you process all of this and make meaning to all this data? So we have to teach these machines to be able to process all this data so we can do we can give better decisions, right? So basically, all of this is for better decisions.
thank you, Dr. Larmy, and thank you for sharing your precious time and expertise with us, and hope that all questions raised were properly addressed. I believe that continuous and lifelong learning will always help each and every one of us to develop and evolve into a better version of ourselves. Thank you, Dr. Larmy.
Thank you also.
Merry Christmas. Let us now move on to our next speakers. For our next speakers, let us welcome Andre and Michael, who are aspiring game developers. and who believe in the importance of games in today's society. They are both graduates from University of the Philippines Diliman campus under the BS Computer Science program. They were thesis partners in the Web Science Laboratory of the UP Diliman Department of Computer Science. Let us all welcome Andre Fernandez and Mikhail Jude Duinio.
Hello. I'm
Hello.
Fernandez. As already introduced, I'm partnered with
Mikhail Dionyo, hello.
yes, and we're here to actually show to you a game that we worked on for our thesis. So um, let me just configure everything first. Mm-hmm. Okay. So um, Hey guys, I hope quarantine has been good for you and that you're all feeling, I guess, the Christmas spirit for December. We're graduates from Computer Science, UP Diliman, and we're going to talk about Likha Mahika. So what is Likha Mahika? Basically, it's like an online competitive game where you learn bye-bye to defeat your opponent. So basically, the more you understand or the more you practice writing bayan, it's easier for you to have an advantage over your opponent. So let's start with a basic concept. Games are fun, but that's because they teach us skills. So there's actually a theory from a book. It's called A Theory of Fun for Game Design. And it says that games are only enjoyable as long as the player is learning something. So the fun actually kind of stops when there is nothing left to teach. So, for example, you've reached the end of, you're at the highest level of a game, or you've already completed the story. It's not as fun as you initially played it. So that's why a lot of games today like have updates all the time for content, so you can continue to discover and um, continue to explore the world they made. So let's talk about a popular game, uh, StarCraft, for example. So it's a real-time strategy game where you basically build a base and then spawn units. And you would have to control around 20 to 50 units at a time efficiently if you want to beat other people. So if, for example, you have a kid play the game for the first time, they would probably be completely lost. They won't understand what the game is all about. But if you give the kid like 1,000 hours into the game, he'll be able to raise his skill level and beat noobs like us. So uh, this is actually one of the reasons why we think games can be an important medium for learning. So let's talk about uh, the skills games teach. So we're going to divide skills into micro and macro. So what is micro? Micro is usually for like small movements. This is limited by your physical aptitude or like muscle memory. And all of this is trainable and you can improve on it. So micro includes like how fast you can click or how good you are at controlling multiple units or your reaction speed. And then you also have macro skills, which are for larger concepts. So this involves like game knowledge or playing mind games with your opponent, which is for me personally for me where most of the fun in games are. So there's actually a whole industry based on like honing your micro and macro skills to the top level, which is esports. So that's kind of like a testament to how games can actually teach new skills. So, but we're not going to talk about esports. We're going to talk about a simple game that we made. So, we were thinking, isn't handwriting a micro skill? Isn't handwriting something that can be trained. So for most of us, like when we were children, we didn't really have good penmanship until we took classes in school. So why not make a game that teaches handwriting of bye-bye and the script? So Nick?
Yes. Yeah. Next slide, please, Andrew. So now that we've talked a bit about why we decided to go with using a game for our thesis, I also wanted to talk a bit about why we decided to go with Baybayin. So why did we decided to go with Baybayin as opposed to say other writing systems from around the world or even other writing systems that can be found in the Philippines? Well, for those of you who may not know, Baybayin is the writing system of specifically the Tagalogs during the pre-colonial times. And we decided to go with this for our thesis. First, why over other systems such as the Chinese or the Japanese writing systems is because we found that these writing systems are already pretty mainstream when it comes to learning materials such as apps and other educational tools. So it would be redundant if we made another resource for those systems. And as opposed to the other writing systems that can be found all over the Philippines, we actually chose Baybayin because only last 2018, the government declared Baybayin as the national writing system of the Philippines under the National Writing System Act. And under this act, the government is supposed to encourage baybayin to be used in signage and some a bit in the newspapers, and they're also supposed to distribute reading materials to public and private schools to help students learn this. And we thought this was a great opportunity for us as well to contribute to this. And we also thought there would be an audience for people who wanted to learn baybayin because of this event as and government promotion. So that's why we decided to make a game about baybayin. Um, Next slide, please, Andre. Thank you. There. Next, we wanted to talk a bit about why we chose the mobile platform. So if you hadn't already mentioned, Likha Mahika was created to be a mobile game. This is because in our research we found that many Filipinos, especially the youth, already use mobile phones and would like to see them used for educational purposes even more. We also found that 84% of internet users already use their phones to play mobile games. So why not tap into this popularity in order to spread the word, or rather spread the teaching of baybayin. So yeah, that's why we went with the mobile platform. So next, Andre, next slide, please. Okay. Okay, so now we're gonna talk about how we went about making the game itself. So before we even made our game, we first had to ask ourselves two simple questions. First is how do we make the game fun? Because obviously games have to be fun. The first thing we really thought of was that we didn't want our game to be just a quiz type game where players would just answer questions or do something very simple, and the app would give some kind of points, arbitrary points or awards that don't really mean anything, because these kinds of apps, they're really not so different from answering say a worksheet with pen and paper, and that can be monotonous and boring. So for our game, we wanted to give a bit more meaning, even if just for the moment of playing. to the players' actions as they practice what it is we want to teach. Um, we also wanted to avoid the design pitfall of having the players just following whatever the app or game told them to do. So like just okay, write this character, and then after that write this character, and then write this character, and then the game is done. We wanted to avoid that. So we opted to create a game where players would have to make their own decisions so that they could feel more involved as they played. Uh, we also wanted to keep them immersed in the game by presenting the learning material in a way that would grab their attention and keep them engaged. And we plan to do this through the game's visuals and audio. Next slide, Andre. So the next question we also asked ourselves is, how do we make the game an effective tool for learning? As Andre mentioned before, games can be very complex. There's already a lot of skills to learn from games themselves, even if they're not educational games. So we wanted to avoid um, the game's mechanics and its inherent complexity, burying the learning material that we wanted to teach. So because of this, we opted for to design the game with simple and easy to understand mechanics. Later, you'll see that we for our game we actually just use a simple rock paper system. Uh, so yes. Next, we also didn't want to overwhelm the players with by presenting them with all the learning material all at once. So we had to design the game in such a way that it introduced the material at a steady pace, so they don't get overwhelmed and get discouraged early on. So because of this, we had to pay close attention to the game's progression and how it was feeding the players with the learning material. Lastly, we also wanted to use the game's competitive nature to encourage them to learn. Basically, we wanted to design the game in such a way that the more they knew how to write by buy-in and the more they could recognize the characters, the better they would perform in the game, thus encouraging them to learn more. Next slide, Andrew.
We're going to talk a bit more about the game. So there are basically like three major factors. So first are the mechanics. So players will write by-buy-in characters to produce different spells. And it will be like a modified rock, paper, scissors game. So there's like spells for attacking and then spells for defending. And there's like a type system, like there's air, water, and earth. And then basically we assigned each character to a specific spell. And then the second would be guides and feedback. So players are provided feedback and are guided throughout their learning. So this is important because um, users should be able to know when their penmanship is incorrect, or like how far are they from actually doing the original image of the script. And then not only does it help users learn, it also helps them keep immersed. So uh, for for any app, or in this instance a game, you want it to feel responsive, and you want it to feel like it's talking to you. So guides and feedback is important for learning and for immersing you into the game. And then we also made it an online mobile game, so you can challenge your friends and then play with others remotely, like from the comfort of your own home, or like on the road to your work or your school. So we're going to talk a bit more specifically on the how we made the game. So as I said earlier, different characters were assigned for each spell with varying difficulties. So actually each character is divided into stroke count. So there are characters with 1 strokes, 2 strokes or 3 strokes. So what we did was basic spells had less strokes, and the more powerful spells required more strokes because they were more difficult to do. We also took into account the Marunko approach. So if you're not familiar with the Marunko approach, basically it's a system for learning the Filipino language. So it emphasizes syllables that are used more in uh, common conversation. So syllables like ba or ma, which appear frequently in Filipino. So on the online side of things, matchmaking was done on a first come first serve basis. So basically, you queue up for a game, and then as soon as somebody else queues up, you become paired together, and then you get to compete with each other. We also made the option to make private rooms. So if you wanted to play with your friend or you wanted to challenge someone, you can do it by sending them a link, for example. So yeah, this is actually to improve like the social aspect of the game and to encourage users to keep learning. Okay. So how did we do the game? So we actually went with Phaser and HTML as like the base source of our game. We initially considered Unity, which is one of the most popular game dev engines, since it has extensive documentation and there's a lot of tutorials online and you can learn it easily. But in the end, we decided to give Phaser and HTML since you can basically access it through any browser. So it's a web app. You don't need to download anything from the App Store or make like a lot of different releases for different devices. So it was a lot easier to access. Okay. So how did we evaluate the game? So basically we evaluated it into two sections. So one is by using the e-game flow. So the e-game flow is a questionnaire that kind of shows you like was the game immersive enough or was it did it make users concentrate more on the game. And then we also administered a pre-test and post test, which is we had players identify each by character before they play the game and after they play the game. So initially, this was to be done by high school students, but during the global pandemic last March, we were limited to having 10 respondents who are college students from UP Diliman. Okay. So these are some of the screens that were present in the game. So, Mick?
Yeah. So these, unfortunately, we couldn't demo the game right now because the servers where the game is stored are down. So instead, we'll just show you some screenshots of what we were able to make. So as you can see here, there is a. So this is for mobile. There is a sample UI. Here, there's two. These are two different screens. So on your left, you have here the screen while it's in play. So I'll just talk a bit about that so you can get a better image of what the game is like. So here you have there's two health bars, a purple and a green one, and of course, as you may know, these will represent how many hits you can take, how much damage you can take before you lose, as well as your opponent's hit bar. So here in the middle, you have the bye-bye and symbol. So if you push one of these buttons at the bottom, representing a different, each representing a different spell, then an overlay will appear on the screen, and you can then trace these figures in order to create the spell. Now, once you've traced these figures, you can push the purple button, and the game will check to see if you created it correctly, and if you did, then the spell will go through. If you notice, there are arrows at the side, and this is because there are higher level spells available as the game would go on. You can see the higher level spells at the what do you call this? At the on the right side, on the right picture here. On the right picture as well is what it looks like when you win the game. So the opponent's health points are completely depleted. There is a text that indicates that you win, and then you can go back to the home screen where you can then pick a different opponent or play the next game. Yeah, that's it. It's a pretty simple game. Andre, next, please. Okay. So now we're gonna talk a bit more about some of the science and the uh, theory behind some of our research processes and design processes. So first, in order to design the game, we decided to abide by some core concepts. The first is simplicity. So I mentioned this already a bit before. Uh, we went for a simple game to avoid distracting the player from the actual process of learning how to write by buying. Um, but we didn't also just want to make the game too simple. We also wanted them to be involved a bit more. So in order to do this, we also abided by the principles of challenge and diversity and sustainability. So what are these? We decided to have our game be challenging. So because challenges are a way of letting the players know if they've learned something. Once they overcome those challenges, they know that they're performing better, and that they're able to properly apply whatever it is that they're learning. Also, overcoming challenges simply feels good. Next is diversity and sustainability. What are these? Diversity here refers to the diversity of strategies that players can employ to win the game. Diversity of strategies keeps players engaged with constantly emerging strategies. Players will have to keep thinking of new strategies to overcome the current dominant strategies. So you can see there's kind of a loop there where someone will come up with a winning strategy, and another person will come up with a different strategy that then becomes the winning strategy. It's similar to how chess works. It's a very old game, but there's so many different strategies out there, and there's so many different ways to play, and there's so many different ways to win. So when this loop starts to happen within your game environment, that means that the game has become sustainable, meaning that it can sustain more times of play without adding much content, yet at the same time not really becoming boring. So how did we do challenge diversity and sustainability in our game? We did this by having players compete with each other. We made our game a competitive one, so that um, when one player gets better than the others will have to get better by playing the game some more. And of course, if they play the game more, then they'll have to practice writing by buy-in. So hopefully that repetition without it becoming boring eventually practices them, so that even without the game, they'll soon be able to write in by buy-in. Next slide, please, Andre. So Andre also mentioned that we use the eGame Flow questionnaire for evaluating our game. So I'll just talk a bit more about that. eGame Flow is a questionnaire derived from the concept of flow by this person who, I'm sorry, I'm not really sure how to pronounce his name, but he did extensive research on this concept of flow. So what is flow. What does that mean? Well, I think some of you may already know this. Some of you may have already been in the state of flow. It's basically the mental state of a person that while doing an activity, that person is fully immersed in the activity. He or she is focused and is enjoying the activity that the person is doing. This is more commonly known as being in the zone. And this state from players, this is something that game developers would very much like to have uh, when when players when they have players play their game. So this is something that developers aim towards most of the time. E-game flow, the e-game flow questionnaire itself is an evaluation form based on this concept, and it was specifically created for evaluating educational games. E-game flow evaluates them based on 8 factors. We'll show a screenshot of all the factors later. But for now, these factors are concentration, goals, feedback, challenge, autonomy, immersion, social interaction, and knowledge. And it rates each of these factors from a scale of 1 to 7. And it's this questionnaire that we use to evaluate our own game. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to show you the results and what we thought of the results after conducting all the tests. So as said earlier, we did use 2 tests. So one is a pre-test, post-test, where users had to identify each by-buy-in character. And the second is an e-game flow questionnaire, which is a set of questions that you have to rate on a 1 to 7 scale. So we're going to show you the results of each one. So this is the objective pre-test, post-test. So you can see in the table, you have 10 users and then the hours each user played. And then the difference in their score, like the improvement in their score on the last column. So for example, user 1 played 1 hour in the game, and then she got from a score of 0 to a score of 17, which is the maximum of uh, which is how many buy-buy-in characters there are. So which is pretty impressive. That's actually a perfect score. And then user 2 had played for 3 hours and had an improvement of 10, and then user 3 had an improvement of 4, and so forth. So those are the results. So most of them are actually very positive, and we're going to show you our conclusions later. So these are the results for the e-game flow questionnaire. So as Mick said, there were 8 factors. So concentration, goals, feedback, challenge, autonomy, immersion, social interaction, and knowledge improvement. So we took the mean score for each section. So I think we should keep in mind the average score would be around 4. So having a score of 5 and above is uh, already good, which is above average, and then below 4 is below average, basically. So we could already see from the table, the game actually scored very highly on concentration and knowledge improvement. So yes, Mick. Uh,
Sorry, I
Mick.
was muted. So now from those data, we can move on to some conclusions from our game. So we'll do the conclusions by answering the questions that we asked the start of our development. So first, is the game fun? Unfortunately, the short answer from that would be no. The game scored lowest and below average on immersion with a 3.98. And the general consensus was that the game was lacking in visuals and audio. So although the mechanics were simple and the progression was there, the game still wasn't considered fun because we failed to convince the players of the fantasy of the game. The players weren't immersed. They didn't feel like they were casting spells in a different world. And they still felt like they were just writing characters down on their devices. Um, if you remember the screenshots from a few slides ago, you can see that the graphics were pretty simple. Unfortunately, this was due to time constraints. We aren't artists ourselves, and we weren't able to get an artist to create better assets for us. But this just goes to highlight how important the aesthetics of games are, and they're just as important, if not slightly more important, than the game's functionality. Uh, However, for our second question, is the game a tool for learning? Uh, Here we were able to conclude that yes, the game was somewhat of a tool for learning. The game scored highest and above average on concentration and knowledge improvement. Um, the players were able to score highly on the objective test, at least the difference before and after playing the game. And so these results for the game as a learning tool, we believe, are because of the game and its mechanics made them concentrate on getting the writing correctly. Because of the constant use of the characters throughout the game, it made the players familiar with the characters even outside of the game, and motivated them a bit more to learn even beyond the game, to consult outside resources so that they could become better at the game. So that's it for our conclusions. Let's move on to our recommendations for this project. Andre, next slide, please. There. We just want to present some of the recommendations we uh, came up with at the end of our thesis. Some things that us or future developers could work on when improving the project. First, of course, is to improve the audio and visuals for better immersion and feedback. So again, going back to making the game fun and immersive, audio and visuals would go a long way to improve that. Um, Related to the audio and visuals as well is feedback. So more attention grabbing feedback would have been helpful. Let's say when the player makes a mistake, or when the player is able to write a character correctly. A mistake feedback for making mistakes, such as let's say buzzing noises or flashing text, would help the player identify if he or she did something wrong, and positive feedback for when the player is able to create a character correctly and maybe even quickly, would help reward the player, make the player feel accomplished, and that would help the game a lot. Um, we also want future developers to consider accessibility of the game. So if you notice the different spells in the game, the different types at least were color based, but this isn't so friendly for, say, more colorblind players. And maybe some improvements to the assets make uh, the shape of the spell indicate its type, would also help um, future players, as opposed to just relying solely on color. Um, our next recommendation would be to collect different analytics from the game, such as players' win or lose rates, time it takes for them to complete characters, the number of attempts made for each character, and accuracy for each character. So these analytics could be used to give the future developers insights on how to improve the game, especially with regards to progression. If, say, these characters are introduced earlier, but players are having more difficulty with them, then maybe they could be introduced later instead. These analytics data could also be used to improve player experience. Say you can use the win-lose ratio for each player to allow the matchmaking to match players with similar skill levels instead of just randomly matching them as is in the current system. Um, on the evaluation side of things, we also recommend testing the game with other age groups. As we mentioned before, our research really was initially intended for high school students, but due to constraints due to the pandemic, we were only able to um, evaluate the game with college students. And we also definitely recommend a larger sample size so that we can see the game's effects in a wider scope and give us a better idea of how the game actually does. So, yes, these are all our recommendations. And next slide, Andre. I think this is the end of our presentation. So, thank you so much for listening. We hope you learned a lot, and hopefully, we also showed you the potential for games as an educational tool in addition to being a recreational one.
Thank you, Andre and Mikhail, for sharing with us your creative and magical game development experience. We will now have a 10-minute question and answer with our speakers, and we hope to, if not respond to all questions, just some questions, selected questions, as we have lots of questions here. The first question is from Maria Cristina Salada. Are you planning to do another game for other ancient pre-Philippine scripts?
Uh, actually, the game was initially uh, it was thought out to have like different classes. So for
Yeah,
each script, you basically have a different specialty. The reason we used Baybayin in this game, it's because it's the most documented script right now. Although we did want to use a lot of the different
yeah.
scripts.
I think we, at the beginning at least, we looked at scripts from Visayas, Cebuano, and Bolano scripts. Um, but yes, we ultimately settled on just teaching Baybayin first, also so the game is a bit more focused. But yeah, we would definitely recommend, we would include that in our recommendations to, even if not a completely separate game, I think that the current game itself could still be expanded to include other scripts, and that would definitely help make the game more interesting. So yeah, I think that was a good question actually. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question from Isabel. What are the fundamentals of a game developer and what are the most important things to be learned?
Hmm. Hmm. Fundamentals of being a game developer. It's a kind of a hard question to answer, mostly because there's so many aspects to game development. You know, you not only have the technical programming side, but there's also the art side of things. Again, I mentioned the a while ago in the importance of visuals and the aesthetics of a game, as well as the design aspect, the game itself. How do you make uh, the rules and the mechanics, and how does the game progress so that the player is not overwhelmed or bored from the start? But I think it's really a good way to do it would be a balance of all three. You can definitely choose your focus, whether that's the, again, the technical side, the design side, or the aesthetic side. But having a grasp uh, of all three of these aspects is would actually be very helpful in game development. Andre, do you have anything to add to that for that question?
Yeah. Game development as a field is actually very large. So a lot of people think it's about like learning to program a game, but you can actually develop
Yes,
games which do not
without
need programming,
programming.
or you can have someone else program your game for you. So you could either, as Mick said, choose to focus on programming or art or design or even music and sound design. So yeah.
Thank you. Some more questions um, from Jefferson Salvador. What do you think about using Godot for making game? Is it industry ideal?
Um, Sorry, Andre, you were gonna say something.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm actually learning Godot right now since I came from Unity, and it's pretty easy to use for 2D games, and there's a lot of potential for using Godot, especially since one, it's open source, and two, it's constantly getting updated. So while there aren't a lot of big games right now for Godot, I think in the future there will be appearances of the Godot engine.
Um, yeah, and just to add to that, I myself haven't really seen uh, game companies really look for Godot developers, but Godot is definitely gaining popularity. So if you do want to learn Godot, then yes, that's definitely a good way to start.
Okay. We have a question about Baybayin from Adele. Does this game also include the modernized Baybayin? And is this game now accessible for everyone? And is this also free? Another related question is, how do you assess if the player is learning while playing Baybayin? Yes.
Um, as for the version of Bye Bye that we used, I think Andre, I believe this was the modern one already with the additional characters. Um, right?
Uh,
This was the modern one we used, but we we really focused on the what's this the more basic characters of Bye Bye as our game actually doesn't include yet the system for vowels where you add the lines and the dots yet. Um, yeah, um, I believe we did use the modern version of Bye Bye.
So
Sorry, yes,
how can you assess if they are
question.
learning while playing Baybayin?
Mm. Um, we that would come into the pre-test and post-test that we administered. Just to go a bit more into that, we used a form where they simple Google form where they had to identify match the characters to the sound. So let's say which character is for ba for ma, um, and then we took a pretest before that to gauge their level before playing the game, and then we had them play the game, and then we took the test after. And in the results that we got, it was pretty promising. There was definitely improvement from the players that played it, even if just for a short time. And I believe
yes.
there was another question, ma'am. What was the third question?
Is it free? And yeah.
Ah, right now, as I said before, the servers that host the game are down. So because it's a purely online game, you wouldn't be able to play it if the servers are down. But when we developed it, it was it was free. It was accessible for all as long as you had the link to the game.
Okay. So some related questions about the creation of the game from Neil. So what software do you use to create your game, Unity or Unreal Engine, and where can we play the game you created? And another related question, you mentioned about online mobile players, so meaning we can fight other players, and where can we play the game you created? Yeah. So do you use a networking roadmap?
Okay, so for the first question, we used Phaser and HTML for this game. We did, however,
Consider
consider
using.
Unity since it's our best, it's
Yeah, we
the
have
game engine that we're most knowledgeable in.
yeah.
But yeah, we used Phaser and HTML. And where can we play the game you created? Unfortunately, as Mick said, the servers are actually down right now, so it's not playable currently. And then for the second question, it's an online mobile player game. Yes, you can fight other people. So within those 10 respondents, they usually actually like invite each other to games so that they can play together. And you don't have to be connected to like a single network. Although in terms of matchmaking, the game itself had simple matchmaking only. We didn't delve that deeply into it.
Yeah. Um, I believe we use Node for the online component of the game to matchmake. Just a very simple matchmaking system. Um, yes.
Okay. Another question from Jen Rassi. How about kids or people with disability? Can they also play this game?
Ah, um, as we mentioned before in the recommendations portion, there's definitely some improvement to be made in the accessibility portion of the game. I mentioned about how it's not very colorblind friendly yet, and the game does rely heavily on touch to use as of now. So that's definitely something we recommend to be worked on some more. But as for kids, I think that the game has a potential to reach younger audiences, maybe as uh, even grade school students. So that could be part of a different test where we would test it on different age groups and see which where the game connects with more.
Okay, that's great. Maybe we'll entertain some more questions as we have some time yet. From Lucky Aristotle Aureliano, how long did it take you to develop your game, and what are the challenges you have faced along the journey in developing the game?
It took I think around 1 semester to finish the game, and then we and then another semester to actually like polish the game and add a couple more features. So all in all, that would be around would you say 8 months, Mick? Or
Yeah, around that.
yeah,
There was definitely a lot of iteration that we had to do. The game that you saw now in the screenshots wasn't um, the game that we started off with or that we started off to make. There was a lot of back and forth between us and our advisor on the game's mechanics, how we presented the game, again its progression. So yeah, some of the challenges we had to face. There was a lot of new things that we had to learn while making this. Right, Andre? We didn't know how to make a multiplayer game before we
yeah,
started. Yeah,
yeah.
but there's a lot of resources online for learning. No matter which engine you use, there's probably going to be some resource that will help you do whatever it is that you want to do. So that was very helpful.
Great. From Jericho Aquino, would you consider making your next project cross-platform and not just on mobile for more audiences? Why or why not? So I think there are some related questions to this. But yeah, the basically it's asking for why you use the web instead of the mobile platform.
We used the web app platform instead of just a purely mobile app, um, mostly for the accessibility and convenience. If we were to use, say, Android, purely Android app or iOS app, it would limit the players from being able to play if they were on a platform that we didn't create it for. Whereas most mobile devices already have browsers, so it would be very easy to access. Mobile is also very accessible for more people rather than say a different platform like PC or um, what's this or some consoles. So that's why we decided to go with a web app for our project.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll have the last two questions right now. First, the from Darwin Diaz. How do you handle cheaters in the game? And I think related to this is how to resolve if there's a problem in the game. Yes. How do you handle cheaters?
Well, right now, since that wasn't really part of the focus of the game. Um, of course, the security of the app isn't like made to battle like professional cheaters or professional hacking apps and stuff like that. But it does have a small level of security built in with Node. Yeah.
Mhm. But that's definitely something we also would recommend to be worked on next. Um, yeah.
Okay, that's good. The last question, I think, from Jefferson Salvador. Why do you think the Philippines is behind when it comes to game development? Is this true? Are we behind?
Mhm.
Oof.
Um, I would say, to an extent, I think that's. I remember attending this talk before on why the Philippines is not yet really a game playing country. That's because right now it is kind of difficult to live in this country. What with expenses and less than optimal living conditions. So most people's focus currently still is on uh, getting these other needs as opposed to buying and playing games, which is kind of a luxury. But the game dev industry is definitely growing. It's growing pretty fast in the Philippines. There's a lot of small game dev companies that are starting up, and even some companies that help work on very very big games that you probably know about. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely something to look forward to very very soon.
To add to that, actually, one of the factors would be like the education in the Philippines. So game development courses only appeared very recently, like in schools like Binild or Ateneo, which was like maybe only 5 years ago compared to
5 to
other
10 years ago,
countries.
yeah.
So yeah. Yeah, we were kind of late to start on teaching people how to develop games, and that's why some people might say that we are behind. But we do have a lot of very talented game
Yeah,
developers, like
that's very true.
Polychroma Games, for example. Yeah.
That's great. Um, we have more questions being raised. Maybe we will entertain two more, and that's it. From Marian Trajano, did you use pattern recognition for tracing the Baybayin character? Yeah.
So what we did use was actually stroke recognition. So as we said earlier, the characters are divided into different strokes. So it's not like it's compared to an image. So it tracks the movement of your finger on the screen. So specifically, how we did stroke recognition was through a method called protractor, which
Yeah.
is uh, basically for very fast and somewhat accurate uh, recognition, stroke recognition.
Okay. This will be the last question for now. Uh, what programming language is good for game development? And yeah, a related question based on your experience, what is the most suitable language if you're creating a mobile game?
Okay, for languages, the most popular would be C sharp,
Yeah.
since that's what Unity uses, and I think a lot of other game engines also use that. The second would be C++, which is for Unreal, and then you could another popular language would be JavaScript. So those are the three top languages for game development. But of course, there's a lot of other languages you can use. For example, PHP, HTML, or wait, HTML or GD script, for example. Yeah.
And There was another question. Sorry, ma'am. What was the follow-up question?
Well, yes. What's a good language can a beginner use in game dev or visual script in creating the game?
Uh, oh yeah. Those languages mentioned by Andre, they're already pretty good. Usually, they're used in conjunction with an engine, so that game creation is much more streamlined. Um, as for mobile games as well, uh, Unity would work well for making mobile games already. There's packages that Unity has that you can use in order to port your game to mobile without much difficulty.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we have covered most of the questions, and we will we would like to thank you, Andre and Mikel, for responding to the questions and sharing your experience.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
and
Yes, thank you for this
we
Thank you for
opportunity.
having us as well.
hope we can have you next time next year.
Yes,
Okay,
okay.
so now let us move on to our next speaker. Bob is a Mozilla Reps mentor and tech speaker based in Makati City. He currently leads the localization efforts of the Mozilla Philippines community, translating Firefox Desktop and Firefox for Android to Tagalog. Bob also writes for the Manila Bulletin as a tech news columnist. And most importantly, he's a dad to Sean and Haswell. Let us all welcome Robert Bob Reyes. Good afternoon, Bob Reyes. Go ahead, Sir Bob. You can now share your screen and present your talk about about the internet. Sir Bob.
Hello. So how's my audio? Sorry, I was on mute.
Yes, it's very
It's okay.
yes, it's
Okay, so I'll
clear
just
and
be
loud.
sharing my screen then. Too.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. Good afternoon. So yeah. So my can you see my screen right now?
Yes, we can see your screen, Sir Bob.
Cool. Okay. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat at thank you for having me in this year's edition of Y4IT conference. It's always exciting and fun to be part of this annual conference. So I'm here today to talk about how we are supposed to un-FCK the internet. So please pray for me that will not be mentioning the real term, okay, throughout the course of my discussion. Okay, so again, so just to uh, tell you a bit about myself. So my name is Bob Reyes. So I represent Mozilla here in the Philippines since 2011. I was part of Firefox One. Sorry, there. So I was part of Firefox One, and yeah, my real job is I run a tech consulting firm, and I also write for the Manila Bulletin. On weekends before the pandemic, I help manage a football club for underprivileged kids. So if you're on Twitter, my handle is at Bob Reyes, and yeah, as mentioned, I'm dad to Zion and Haswell. So yeah. Um, at Mozilla, we take pride that most of the work that we have done is primarily because of a strong uh, base of our volunteers. And yeah, I started as a volunteer, and uh, the way we reward our volunteers is somehow unique. So for Firefox, those who in one way or the other were part of Firefox since the beginning. So if you will be going to our San Francisco office, you will see this in front of it. It's called the Firefox Monument. So what does it have? It contains the names of those who were part building the browser, and part of those who were part of the organization. So this is something unique. Not all organizations. So in the Philippines, if you're doing something awesome, the usual joke is, yeah, we will have a monument erected for you. So this is like the, yeah, that joke becoming real. Okay. Uh, I will start my presentation by telling a story of how Mozilla started. So this will be my agenda for today. Okay, hold on. So we'll be talking about Mozilla is a brief history of the internet and the web, how the internet is currently FCK'd, okay, and how are we going to un-FCK the internet? And if we still have time, we'll be accommodating questions. So Mozilla started with this browser. For those who are within my age range, my generation, this is Netscape. Okay, for those who do not know what this browser is all about, so it was during the time when uh, Microsoft was dominating the browser market. Windows 95 was just launched, and for 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 the generation today, when Windows 95 was launched, it was the very first operating system with an integrated web browser. So what does it mean? Netscape is a company, it's a startup, and their business is primarily selling software, an internet browser, and if the competition is bundling an internet browser for free, then it's some sort of an anti-competitive thing. Okay, so what Netscape did was, yeah, they tried to challenge this legally, and until the U.S. Supreme Court said that, yeah, what Microsoft was doing that time is anti-competitive. So we are proud of that, because without that happening, then maybe okay, after a few years after the incident, if it was not declared as an anti-competitive thing, yeah, Microsoft will still be dominating the web browser market, and people will have no better choice but to use whatever their operating system is dictating. Okay, so fast forward a few years after that incident, Netscape was bought by another company, and there was this feeling with Netscape employees that time that maybe the new owners of the company, the new majority stakeholders, will kill the product. Okay, which is, yeah, until up to this day, it's happening when a bigger company or corporation acquires a smaller company, primarily or most of the time their competitor, they will just kill, okay, the competition. So this the first few people at Netscape that time thought of a project making the source code of the Netscape Communicator browser open source, so that if ever time will come that the new owners will decide to kill the browser, it will continue on, it will live on.
Sir Bob,
Okay, and that project.
may I
Hello.
interrupt? Hello, Sir Bob.
Sure, sure.
Uh,
Yeah, sure.
most of the
Hello.
participants, hello, yes, they are saying that
Yeah.
you are choppy. Maybe there's some problem with the internet.
Okay, hold on, I'll switch to another hold on, I'll
Thank you.
switch. Okay, I will stop my video, maybe it's my video. How's this now?
That's better. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
maybe my bandwidth is yeah, being eaten by the video. Okay, so I'll shut my video now. Okay, so again, so going back to the story, so it was Netscape. The engineers at Netscape that time thought of a way for them to open source the browser, and it was called the Mozilla project. Okay, so yeah, it was in Feb 1998 when they launched Mozilla.org, and a few weeks later, so the source code of Netscape Communicator was posted over Mozilla.org. Now, it is something that was not usual during that time. Why? It is similar to oftentimes uh, connect it with if you are here in the Philippines, you will go to Jollibee and order Chicken Joy. Jollibee will not give you the recipe to their Chicken Joy. Why? Simply for the fact that yeah, it's a trade secret. Okay, and if you they will be giving you the recipe to their Chicken Joy, chances are you will no longer be back and buy Chicken Joy at their outlets. Okay, so what Netscape did of open sourcing the Netscape Navigator browser through Mozilla.org was something not usual during that time. Okay, as far as I can remember, I was in college then. The only the only open source project that was big during that time was Linux. Okay, now when Mozilla was established, they thought that this should be a foundation. Okay, this should be a nonprofit. Why? So that there will be no stakeholders who can dictate whatever will be the direction of the company. So it will have more power, and we will put the power on the hands of the users. Okay. So as part of being a nonprofit, the Mozilla mission right now can be summarized into three. So one is that we are building a better internet. Two, our mission is to ensure that the internet will remain as a global public resource that is open and accessible to all. And lastly, we want to have an internet that truly puts people first, where individuals can shape their own experiences and are empowered, safe, and independent. Okay. We are best known to be the makers of Firefox. So let me just show you what we can offer, the products that we have right now. So aside from Firefox, so this is our mantra. So it's committed to you, your privacy, and an open web. And a few versions earlier at Firefox 63, all desktop versions of Firefox now includes an experimental cookie policy that blocks cookies and other site data from third-party tracking sources. What does it do? If you go to a website and that website has a tracking cookie or implements some sort of tracking by a third party, Firefox will automatically disable that cookie and block it. Okay, that's why I'm pretty sure for those who are using Firefox, chances are there are times wherein you go to a social media website or a file sharing website and you cannot simply do anything. Why? Because most probably the cookie that that website is implementing was blocked by Firefox. But there's a way for you to uh, unblock it. Okay. So this is the Firefox family of products. So most popular of which is the browser. Then we have Firefox Lockwise. Lockwise is our password manager. So if you are subscribed to many websites, you may want to have a password manager. It's not a good thing to have a single password for each and every website or service that you are subscribed to. Okay, and you need to change your passwords so often. So I always tell people, students, that yeah, you need to treat your passwords like your underwear. You need to change them, and you don't need to share them with anyone. Okay, and we also have Firefox Monitor. When you go to monitor.firefox.com, uh, you can actually enter your email address and we will check with known publicly listed websites that and databases where your email has been part of any breach. So what will it tell you? If you go to Firefox Monitor, enter your email address, which we are not saving. We're not collecting that email address. We just have to know your email address and check it with publicly known databases of vulnerabilities and breaches. It will tell you all of publicly known breaches that your email address has been part of. So if your email address was part of a breach that was discovered, say, a year ago, and the last time that you changed your password was more than a year ago, then it tells you that it's high time for you to change your password, because most probably the bad guys will already know your username, which is your email, and password for that particular account. Okay, so that's Firefox Monitor. And for those who are using Firefox, we have actually three variants aside from the Firefox uh, release or stable that we have. So the first one, the violet one, is nightly. As the name implies, it is being updated every night. In the Philippines, it's every morning. So it's the most unstable version of Firefox. So if you want to test what features may be included in future versions of Firefox, then Firefox Nightly is for you. Okay, but just a warning there, not all features that you see in Firefox Nightly now will automatically be included in future versions of Firefox. So these are experimental builds, these are experimental features. We are just trying to test the waters if this will appeal to users, this will appeal to developers, etc. Okay. Now, the one in the middle, the blue one, is Firefox Developer Edition. Uh, the intention with Firefox Developer Edition is that if you are building websites, if you are managing websites, most of the features that most of the tools that you will need are already in there. Okay. Uh, Coming from different extensions and plugins that we had developed over the years, most of them are already included in Firefox, primarily in Firefox Developer Edition. So when you go to that, or when you use that version, you will see in the menu, there's a menu there under Tools, Web Developer. And it will include commonly used tools by web developers and website masters. Okay. And the last one, the one with the word beta, is, yeah, the beta version. So it will be the next available version of Firefox. So if you want to test it now, if you want to help us test whatever bugs or flaws that it will have before we reach the stable phase, then we ask you to use beta. Common question that we get is that, can we run all Firefox stable, beta, developer, and nightly all at the same machine? The answer there now is yes. You can have all of those four running on the same machine. Before, it was not possible. Now it's possible. Okay. For those who are using mobile, either Android and iOS, there's also a Firefox version available for that. And lastly, we have this service. It's called Firefox Relay. So go to relay.firefox.com. What does it do? Many of us go to websites, go to services online, and we want to test them. But these websites, they are clever, so they will let you try their service, but they need you to enter your email so that they will get hold of you for whatever marketing purposes. So if you want to get rid of some spam in your email, maybe you want to try Firefox Relay. What it does, you have the ability to create fake emails that gets redirected to your real email account, to your inbox. So if you are done with a particular subscription, oftentimes what happens is that when you subscribe to something and you want to unsubscribe, the more that you click on the unsubscribe button, the more that they will send you spam. Okay, so we don't want that to happen. So if you want to get rid of that scenario, you try Firefox Relay. It will generate random strings in a domain that you may use as your fake email, and then whatever is sent to that fake email gets redirected to your actual inbox. So these websites will not have any idea what is your real email address. If you're done, you simply delete the relay email address, and yeah, you will no longer be receiving emails from these services. Okay, now this is my real deal for today. So, at the beginning of the internet and the web, several years ago, I started using the web, the internet around 1995 when I was in high school. Officially, we acknowledge that there was commercial internet or connection in the Philippines in 1994. When we started using the internet, people got connected in an open and safe environment. Okay. So during the beginning of the internet, not just in the Philippines, okay, we're somewhat delayed here. So when we talk about internet and web in general, it's all over the world. So it's something connected, open, and safe. And as many people saw the potential of the internet, it is a place for them to build dreams. Okay. Many businessmen saw the potential of the internet, of the web, to be a platform. Many saw that the internet has the potential to be a place to learn, to connect, and just to be someone uh, online. But like any project, like any platform, like any technology, the web needed nurturing. Okay. And as many users connect to the internet, as many users use and create their own websites, okay, people are also saw the influx of viruses or pop-ups, okay, and unwanted stuff, okay. So there is also this thing where people have this sense of they do not have a choice when they are online. Okay. It's either they agree or just to agree. Okay. To go to a website, to use the service, etc. Okay. That is something that was not intentional when the internet and the web was invented. Oftentimes these days we see walled gardens of content. You will be given a link to a news website, but when you go to that website, it's a paywall. Okay, you can only see the content if you are actually subscribed. Okay, but yeah, let me give you a trick on how to actually read those kinds of contents. If you are using Firefox and you happen to be uh, sent to a news item, news article that is behind a paywall, all you need to do is click on the reader mode button. Okay. And yeah, basically you oftentimes you will be able to see the text behind that paywall. Okay. So that is one technique. So if you're using Firefox, you get to experience paywall. Just click on the reader view or reader mode. So many people started asking, so is this the internet? Is this the web? Maybe people who are using the internet now are not experiencing the same kind of thing. Why? Because when they started using the internet, it is something that they already have. Okay, this is something new for those who started using the internet in say 10 years ago. If you started using the internet less than 10 years now, uh, this is quite the this is quite the normal thing that is happening. Okay, but when the original internet, the original web was conceptualized, this is not what it was. It should be. Okay, with Mozilla said that yeah, the web could be something better, and how can we make it better? One is by teaching people that they have a choice. Okay, we're not asking people to just use Firefox, though. Yeah, we will be happy if you'll be using Firefox, uh, but you can use it alongside with other browsers. We are teaching people how to be safe online. Okay, when we build things, the first thing that is there, the first block is always privacy. So the web could be something better. Now, how the internet is FCK'd. Okay. Uh, the internet is FCK'd for a lot of reasons. First reason is that companies saw the potential of making money by tracking users and monetizing them to advertisers. Search engines and social feeds are governed by these algorithms that are biased in such ways that, in the same ways like people who created them. Fake news or false news stories, okay, online are continuing to confuse people. Okay, there are times I bet that you have this feeling whether something that you had read is either factual or is it fake. Okay, so the confusion is always there. Okay, the internet is like a new kind of marketplace that never existed before, and we talk about that marketplace. This is a marketplace where they are selling data, user data, okay, experience data, okay, and other norms of tracking. This is a marketplace where companies are selling one's attention. So there's a saying: if you are not paying for the product, then maybe you are the product. Okay, that is so true now. Okay, so what should we do to prevent the continuous FCKing of the internet? So we have laid out several suggestions. One, okay, so this is we have this campaign later this year. Okay, so let's un-FCK the internet. So how do we do that? Let's unzock it. Okay, let's unzock it. If you are using Firefox, there's this extension we call the Facebook container. Why was this created? One, Facebook follows you around the web, and according to studies, even if you don't have an account, it follows you on the web. Okay, there are government institutions, there are private corporations. They post on different websites, not primarily on social media, or even on social media, not particularly FB, and they will lead you to links to their Facebook pages. Okay, so that is one. If you're using Firefox, you can actually install the Facebook container extension. So what does it do? The Facebook container extension will prevent Facebook from following you around the web. So it's a container from within your browser, and whatever you do from within that social media website, it is just it's like a bubble. It stays there. Okay, even if you have several tabs open, if you are surfing through different web services or websites, the data that that Facebook is consuming from within your session is not shared. Okay, that's why we called it the Facebook container. Why do we need this? The less data that Facebook have on you, the less they can give away to bad actors. Okay, so Facebook is a free service. Anyone with the right age can sign up. Okay, they are investing heavily on resources, on infrastructure to make it more awesome to users, but it is still free. Why? Because the experiences, the posts, the photos, whatever you upload, whatever you post on Facebook are the ones that makes them wealthy. They generate revenue from it. Okay. Next thing, we need to unfollow, unfriend, unreel, etc. I'm not sure if you had seen this logo. So this is Pocket. Pocket is a company that does social bookmarking. So it was acquired by Mozilla a few years back. So if you want to avoid misinformation minefield, uh, you may use Pocket. Okay, if you're using Firefox, there's a plugin for Pocket. If you're not using Firefox, you can just go to the Pocket website and sign up. Okay, what does it does? One, uh, when we use social media, when we use different websites, they have algorithms, and these algorithms have no taste. When we talk about algorithms having no taste, all the good stuff is hiding. They're not showing you the good stuff over the internet, over the web. Okay, they are only showing you what they want you to see. It's like the television. Okay, if this particular network is showing this particular show, it's because they want you to see that show and all of the advertisements in that show. It's the same thing now. Second thing is algorithms count reactions. They do not know the things related to depth, width, knowledge, and truth. Algorithms only count reactions. If you like a post, if you dislike a post, if you share a post, those kinds of things. They track you using those elements. What we are proud with Pocket is that we have human curators. Okay, so we curate things being saved by users in Pocket. Okay, and they are human beings. So what you see in Pocket are the most diverse, trustworthy, and accurate stories. Okay, so if you want to get rid of algorithm based choices, news items, stories, then I suggest that you try Pocket. Next, we know that the internet is far from perfect, but it has the magic that keeps us coming back. Why? Many things. So we at Mozilla ask people around the world on how the internet or the web has kept them sane, hopeful, and connected this year that we have a pandemic. Okay, we know that it has been hard for our company. It has been hard. Okay, we are currently undergoing some restructuring because of the pandemic. So we ask people, if you will have the chance to say something to the internet, what would it be? So if you, it's like writing a love letter. Okay, if you are on social media, try to check hashtag dear internet. Okay, and we ask you to do the same. Okay, try to write a love letter to the internet. What would you want to see on the internet? What you hate about the internet? Okay, etc. So by doing so, awareness will come to other people. Okay, there are places in the world that they do not know what the real internet is. Why? Simply because of the fact that their government, their telcos only had shown them social media websites. Okay? And that is not the internet per se. Lastly, if many of you ask, if you are a non-profit Mozilla, how do you survive? So we survive by ways of accepting donations from people who are using Firefox, for companies who uh, have tie-ups with us for technology licenses, etc. Okay, so we ask you to donate to nonprofits like us that fights for a healthy internet. Okay, so by supporting the Mozilla Foundation, we can you can actually be part of a movement that helps people like you who use the internet on a daily basis to be in control of your online experiences and eventually shape the future for the public good. So the foundation's website is mozilla.org. So if you have time, go visit it. Okay. Uh, if you don't want to donate monetarily to the foundation, so before I go to the Q&A, we have the local community in the Philippines. So what do we need? For the local community, We need people to use and test our products. By doing so, we will know the sentiments of internet users, if they love or hate some of the features that we will be launching. Okay. We also need people who will spread the word about free and open source software and online privacy. We have webinars, we have brown bag sessions. It will be online soon. Right now, it's to the core volunteers in the Philippines. So come January, we will have more webinars, live sessions, and this will be open to the general public. We also need people who are willing to learn and to be trained in helping other people to become web literate. Okay. And lastly, we need people to be more awesome online. And how to become uh, more awesome? One is, yeah, try to avoid sharing fake news. Try not to harm other people by using online services, etc. So if you want to become part of the Mozilla community in the Philippines, just go to join.mozillaph.org. So it's just a form and we'll get back to you. So we just need to get your contact information and on which teams or projects locally would you want to become part of. And yeah, with that, yeah, I have 9 minutes left with my talk. Time for Q&A.
Thank you, Sir Bob. We will now have a 10 minutes Q&A session, and we hope that we can answer most, if not all, of the questions raised by the participants. Yeah, first question is, there's 100% security protection. To enter a credit card and password will not enter anyone. So I think this is about security. Sir Bob?
Okay. Yeah, what's the question all about? Sorry.
Um, Actually, it says there's 100% security protection when you want to enter a credit card and password that will not enter anyone. So guess he's talking about security.
Okay, so if we are talking about security, the first element of security is actually the user. Okay, if you are going to ask me if it is the job of the browser can only protect you in so much as you being the user knows how to protect yourself online. Okay, so if you are asking me if Firefox will protect you online if you are using if you are entering credit card information, the answer there is yes. The browser itself will be able to protect you, but not 100%. Why? We do not know on which website you are using or entering your credit card information or personal information. So again, it will rely on many things. So the first line of defense there is the user itself. Okay, so you should be aware. You should know if this website is real, if this is not a phishing website, and if if you feel that comfortable in sharing this kinds of information with them.
Okay, another question from Jesril Saportesa. In a concise description, how will you compare Firefox as to Brave? Any advantages of sticking to the legacy like Mozilla Firefox when there are other options out there? Sir Bob?
Okay, I'm not sure on how we fare with Brave, but yeah, the creator of Brave was our former boss. From what I know, Brave, they basically block ads. I have used Brave before, but not recently, so I'm not sure how do they fare right now. But the thing is, we at Mozilla, we don't ask people to use just our product. So we basically let people know that there is a choice. So if they will be going with other browsers, that's perfectly fine with us. But at least they know that they have a choice and they cannot be stuck with just a single browser.
Okay, so would you say that there is an ad block in Mozilla Firefox? Then,
Uh, just I had mentioned, yeah. First one is that you third-party cookies are now being blocked by default. If you want to block ads, there are add-ons, there are plugins that you may install. Okay, but ads per se, they're not blocked by the browser.
Okay. Another question from Julius. What configuration settings can I change in Firefox if it takes a few minutes for the browsers to free up RAM usage after having multiple tabs open and then closing them?
Okay, it depends on the computer. Okay, if you have a slow computer, if you have not much RAM on your computer, that will be the answer. Okay, there are people that I know, they run Windows 10 with just 4 gigs of RAM, and they try to open as many windows and as many browser tabs as they can. Of course, it will have an effect and it will slow down their system. So often than not, the problem relies not on the browser, not just Firefox, any browser out there. The problem is not with the browser. The problem is with your operating system or with the way your system was configured. And there are times wherein the culprit is that one, there is a virus running around your computer system. So you have to check those things. And then if the browser is, if you think that the browser is the culprit for making a slowdown of your system, let us know. If you are using an updated version of Firefox, maybe it's a bug. So yeah, feel free to let us know.
Okay. I will combine some questions, related questions from Marco. Does Mozilla will stop businesses to reach out to people as it will stop these algorithms mentioned? And related to this, do you think the internet shapes our culture in a bad way? Yeah, this is a a good question. In my case, I see a lot of people changing by what they see on the internet. They believe on what they see, even though the information are not credible, maybe on fake news. How can we prevent or at least control this kind of scenario? And yeah,
Okay, from our side, we are not actually preventing businesses. Okay, they're legitimate businesses, so it's their bread and butter. But we need to let people know. We let people be aware that these things are happening. Okay, there are good sides and bad sides to this. One bad side is that yeah, people now seem to believe more fake news as real news. That's bad. Okay. So we need people to be more discerning. Common sense is not so common these days, as we say. So it's a joke, but yeah. Uh, when you go online, you need to have more sense of common sense. That's one. Second, not everything that you see online, especially posted on social media, are uh, true and correct. I have a Facebook account, and there are times that I test people by posting fake news. So my friends and my colleagues, they know that I write for a newspaper. So it's intentional that I will post fake news on my feed, and I will just see the reaction of people, and whoever among my friends will share the fake news without actually checking it. So maybe what I'm thinking is that if they see something that I posted, they will think that it is same goes with other people. If they see um, a person of statute, a person of authority posting something, they will already believe that it is true without actually checking on the actual link, okay, without fact checking if it really happened, etc. Okay, so when we go online, to be very careful, okay, especially the kids out there, the teens, okay, do not share anything that you see without fact checking.
okay. More questions from Jasper and the Gutierrez. Does Mozilla have flag options like in Chrome? And related to this, what special features does Mozilla have unlike in other browsers like Chrome? And from Jmar, what can you recommend, Google or Mozilla? Which is more convenient? Sir Bob?
I will be biased, of course. I will be biased. I'll be recommending Firefox over the other browsers. What is the main difference? One is that we are a non-profit organization. We are not a corporation. Uh, we 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 do not have services that are bundled with the browser. You are free to use web services, websites in our browser. The other companies, basically, they are corporations, they are businesses. So yeah, we know what their main line of businesses are, where they get their money. And yeah, the browser is just like the door towards the use of their services. So that's the main difference. And second, as a nonprofit, when we design products, as I mentioned earlier, the first thing that is on top is always privacy and security of our users.
Okay. From Ludi Suliva, he would like to ask what are the advantages of Firefox Lockwise versus LastPass in compliance to Data Privacy Act? How Firefox collect the data of every users? Yes, Sir Bob.
Okay, let me answer the first question. Okay, the second question. Sorry. Uh, we don't collect user data. That's one. That's our promise. We don't collect user data. Second, how what's the difference between LastPass and our product? Um, they may be the same, except that yeah, one is made by Mozilla, and as I mentioned, is making people know that they have a choice. So you are not locked to a particular product as compared to you don't have just our product as a choice. So it's up to you on which you want to use. So yeah, those kinds of things.
Okay. From John Mark, he would like to ask, why is it that the ICT is just using the Mozilla Firefox 68.x ESR version when installing the digital certificate for the digital signatures? Sir Bob?
I cannot answer. I will have to ask them. Okay, but
Okay.
the ESR, yeah, extended support. That is a some companies they are asking for for those who are not familiar, a new version of Firefox every 4 weeks. So that's how fast we develop things. So if you are a company, if you are on corporate IT, be it in government or in the private sector, you don't want to have this softwares updating every so often. So that's why we have the ESR version. Now, when it comes to why the ICT is using it for them to issue digital certificates, I do not know the answer. Maybe we should ask them why they are using it.
That's it, yes. So another question from Michael Vincent. Does Mozilla automatically support the Adobe Flash Player Shockwave Splash during installation, or the user need to install the specific add-ons extension to support the following requirements of a certain website or game site? Yes, Sir Bob.
Okay, thank you. One thing is that Flash will be dead by end of this year. So uh, uh, we have this thing that when you install Firefox, it doesn't have Flash right away. So if you really need to use Flash, then you will need to install it as a third party add-on. Uh, and yeah, I'm not sure if there are still a lot of websites using Flash right now. So it has a lots of security holes. So maybe just try to yeah. Aside from games, I know people who are still using Flash because of the game websites.
Okay, so I will combine related questions again. Is there any institution or organization handling all the data transactions held in the internet? And from Jason, why don't doesn't the browser just block the suspicious or unfriendly sites to protect the users? Another related question is
Okay, sige, go.
how will we protect the sensitive information that we are inputting in websites that we are visiting? Yes, Sir Bob.
Okay, one is that as a browser, we are not collecting information. So we are not protecting your data. It is the website where you go using the browser that will handle those processing and protecting. Okay, so you need to be careful where you are installing, where you are surfing, where are you accomplishing this online forms. And then there was a question. What's the second one? Sorry.
How will we protect the sensitive information that we are inputting in websites that we are visiting?
To protect sensitive information, you just to be uh, careful. Okay, even if it is a banking website, so you just need to check if it is using security certificates, if you are really browsing on the real website. Okay, those kind of stuff. So again, it deals with the user, so you need to protect the browser based on several factors. We can tell if a website is a hacked website or a phishing website. Okay, so you will see there are times that you will see these warnings. Okay, we will prevent you from going to a website. Right now, from the side of Mozilla of Firefox, if you are going to a website that is not secured, not using SSL, we will give you a warning. Okay. All we can do is give you a warning. So we will not show you the website right away, but there's a warning. You will have options whether to go away, or if you really need to see that website, there's a button there that you will have to click to see the website, even if it is not secured.
Okay, thank you, Sir Bob, for sharing with us your precious time, and hope that we have addressed most of the questions. Merry Christmas, Sir Bob,
Yes, maraming salamat.
and hope,
Yeah, if you have questions,
yes,
I can be reached on Twitter via Bob Reyes on Twitter, or via email. You can go to mozillaphilippines.org. We have a contact form there. My personal Mozilla email is bob@mozillaph.org. I will also leave it in the chat. Maraming salamat po for having me. Merry Christmas.
thank you, Sir Bob. We will now move on to our next speakers. Let us welcome the two young Educate program managers from Amazon Web Services, or AWS in short. As some of us know, Amazon Web Services is one of the world's most comprehensive and broadly adopted cloud platform. So let us all welcome Okarmin and Valerie Leong to talk about why should students like us, like you, care about the cloud. Welcome and good afternoon, Okarmin and Valerie Leong. Go ahead, please.
Hello. Yes, give me a while I'm trying to set up the Zoom camera.
Okay,
All right.
take your time.
No problem. Let me see. All right. Seems like my audio is okay. How about my video? Is my video all right?
Yes, we see you loud and clear. We hear you loud and clear and see you.
Nice. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here. So Florinda did a good introduction of us, right? AWS. So we're pretty well known in terms of all the cloud services that we provide. And to do a quick introduction, we are from AWS Educate program. So what do we at AWS Educate do to ensure that students are all up to date, students have the knowledge that they are required to succeed in the real world? So before I jump onto the bandwagon, I just want to have a quick question and ask all my 1,700 participants. That's actually quite a lot. What do you understand from the word cloud? What does cloud means to you? So let me take that first 10 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds. I just want to see a quick, have an understanding of what is it that you comes to your mind when you mention the word, when I mention the word cloud.
Let's have some answers from the audience. Hello.
Yeah, there are some questions coming in. I'm seeing all the answers in the chat. So I will just pick a few, right? Since it's so much, I won't be
Okay,
able
go
to,
ahead.
I won't be able to run through all of them. So if I were to pick a few, they are saying the common ones that I see is cloud is storage, cloud is IoT, cloud is a server, Linux machines behind the front, web hosting. A lot of you are correct, right? the most interesting answer I see is actually cloud is Linux server behind. So Linux servers are the one that is making up the cloud. In essence, in the purest form, in the most simplest form, you are right to say that underneath the cloud, it's all Linux server. So cloud is actually not on the cloud, right? It's on the ground with the Linux server all being hosted, and all that are being routed, packaged nicely, and being, offered to you as a cloud service provider. So now that I understand what does cloud mean to you, most of you answer storage. It's just not storage. What I'm going to do is I have my partner in crime, Valerie Leong, both Okamin and Valerie Leong from AWS Educate. He'll be sharing a quick deck with you on what does AWS mean, what is it that we do, and what is it that the AWS Educate program offer, and of course, the most important thing, why should students like you and us, why should the students care about the cloud? What is it that they need to know about the cloud beyond just the storage and beyond just data services, beyond just website hosting? Are there any other advantages that are able to utilize on the cloud so that you become a workforce ready in the future? Valerie, please.
All right, give me some time to share my screen. So sorry, give me a while. All right. Am I able to share screen?
Nope, I'm still not seeing your screen, Valerie.
Okay, give me some time. I'm just going to put the link for sign ups in the chat first. Give me some time. Okay. So I've just placed the link for the AWS Educate account signed up on the chat box. Are you all able to see it? Not able to see the chat, but okay, yes, great. That's great. Okay, so I'll just show you a demo of the AWS Educate account. When you click on that link, you will actually be led to this AWS Educate portal. So you'll just need to fill in your school, your country, your first name, last name, email, graduation month, graduation year, birth month, birth year. Right, this code here, please do not make any changes to it because it is very important. It is how
hey, Val, sorry to interrupt you. We are only seeing your AWS Educate PowerPoint slide and not
all right. I might have accidentally shared the wrong screen. Let me try to share screen again. So sorry about that. Let me try to share the whole screen. Okay. Are you all able to see my...
That's right. We can see clearly now. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. So like I said previously, fill in your school name, first name, last name, email, grad month, grad year, birth month, birth year. So this graduation year and birth year is very important. Why? It's because this graduation year will determine how much credits you have in your AWS Educate account, right? Whether will it be renewed or not. So if you put 2021, your credits will only be available for 1 year, and after that, your credits will not be renewed. Your account will be terminated, right? So if you put 2022, means you are graduating in 2 years' time, then your account will be valid for 2 years. Okay. So the birth year will also determine what kind of account you are getting. We have two different kinds. We have the K-12 account, we have the starter account. So the K-12 account is more for students aged 17 and below. The content is more animated, more friendly to the eyes. And then for the starter account, it will be more theoretical based. There will be a lot of informational videos to watch to learn more about AWS services. Right, so the birth year that you place is very important. And also one key differentiator is that the K-12 account will not have access to the management console. So you might be curious, what is this management console? So I'll be showing you that later. So very important, this promotional code, please do not change it as well, because this will determine whether you will get US $100 credits to use in your AWS Management Console or not. Right, so after you fill in all the details, you can click I'm not a robot, next, and then it will ask you to verify your email address. And this is also very important because once you have verified your email address, we will be able to process the application whether to reject or accept. So if you get a rejection email, don't worry, right? I will put in an email address in the chat box later where you can write into if your account is rejected, and we will make an approval on our backend tonight. So let me see the chat box if there is any questions for now. Merry Christmas. Thank you, sir. All right. So without further ado, let me show a demonstration of the AWS Educate account. So usually you can sign in here.
Hey Val, we have not walked through the PowerPoint deck yet. We just started, so maybe you want to start with that?
All right, sure. So do you mean this one?
Yep, that's the one.
All right, so just now you briefed them about what is cloud computing, right?
Yeah, I just had a quick checkup on what is it that they understand about the cloud. So it would be good if we were to run through the quick example of, the November sales, the interesting one.
All right. So I believe Oka has ran you through what is cloud computing already. So now, as you can see on my screen, in the month of November, there will be a lot of traffic to Amazon.com. And I'm sure most of you are aware, Amazon.com is an e-commerce retailer which sells everything and anything, right? From electronics, video games, even to baby items, etc. So if you see this graph, this is the traffic to Amazon.com, right? We can assume that. So in the early November period, there'll be lower traffic, whereas towards the end of November, there will be a spike in traffic. I'm sure many of you might not know why. So would you like to take a guess? You can place your answers in a chat, and then we'll reveal the answers, right? As to why is there a peak in the November period towards the end, where it's close to December, right? It's also because of Christmas and because of Thanksgiving, where a lot of people will rush to e-commerce retail platforms to get gifts for their loved ones. So as Christmas is approaching, we'll want to shop for gifts, and that's why the traffic has increased a lot during the end of the month, right? So as you can see, there's this big word here, provision capacity, right? So what is provision capacity? Think of provision capacity like an oil tank, right? So if your oil tank is empty, you'll need to fill in your oil in order to reach the amount of distance your car will need to travel, right? It's the same for web, right? So if there is so little users, but you have such amount of capacity, all this capacity you see here in the gap will be wasted, right? Because you are not utilizing it. Whereas towards the end, where there's so many users on the platform, that's when you will meet your provision capacity, right? You are using the full usage of it. Right, so as you can see, 24%, for example, will be the lower period, and then 76% will be the gap. So what is auto-scaling, right? Another big word. Auto-scaling means following very closely to your supply and demand, right? So as your supply and demand fluctuates, the blue color line also fluctuates, right? So we call this auto-scaling. So when you need lesser demand, we also give you lesser supply. When you have a higher demand, then we will give you more supply, right? So if you need more oil, we'll give you more oil, right? In this case of Amazon, if you need more servers, we'll give you more servers. If you need more traffic, we'll give you more flow onto your website. Right, so that's the power of auto scaling. So to give you a brief introduction of AWS, so we began as an IT infrastructure service to businesses in 2006, right? So what we do is we provide highly reliable, scalable, low-cost infrastructure to a lot of people, as you can see here, right? So we just give you a side story of how AWS actually started. Right, it all started because of Amazon.com, right? So Jeff Bezos, which is our boss, he had an issue with the amount of traffic that is coming right onto the platform, right? There's always fluctuations in that traffic. So he spoke to a team of about 5 to 6 engineers and asked them, can you solve this problem of this supply and demand issue that I'm facing, right? Can you ensure that there is constant, web servers to cater to all this demand that I'm facing? Right. So the team of engineers actually solved this problem. And Jeff Bezos thought, if I'm facing this problem, then there must be a lot of companies out there, a lot of customers out there that might be facing these issues, right? So these customers are examples like Netflix, Zoom, right? All these customers run on AWS infrastructure. And that's why we come into place, right? So that's how AWS Amazon Web Services is born out of Amazon.com. Right, so AWS is recognized as a cloud leader for the 10th consecutive year, and this is something that we are very happy to share with you guys. Right, so a little bit more about AWS, right? We have this thing called the AWS region. So what is a region? Think of region as a physical location. For example, Singapore, for example, Philippines, for example, Thailand, right? So in these regions, there are a lot of multiple availability zones, right? So what are availability zones? Within an availability zone, there is multiple data centers. This is where all your physical hardware is stored in AWS so that customers like Zoom and Netflix, they won't need to purchase servers on their own, right? So they rely on AWS infrastructure, they rely on our data center. So in all our data centers, in all our availability zones, it's all highly available, highly scalable, and high fault tolerance, right? So we have a saying that says, one of our simple storage service, S3, has a durability of 11 nines, which is 99.9999999% durability. So meaning whatever you store on S3 will not fail you, right? So even if one data center goes down, we have multiple data centers in a particular region. So you can be assured that your data will be kept safe and sound. And we also replicate our data across the different availability zones in real time. So meaning if one data center were to go down because of tsunami, the other data centers will still have your data. And that's the power of the cloud. Right, so if you want to find out more about where our regions are, where our availability zones are, you can always key in this link on your website, so you'll be able to find out more about it. I can show you guys roughly how it will look like. Right, so give it some time to load. It will look something like this, right? So you can see how we do it, and then you can rotate, you can click on the different regions to find out more about what are the different regions and availability zones that we have. So all these individual tech terms means a different meaning, right? So you can click on it and find out more, like what is point of presence, what is edge locations, etc. So I don't want to dive too deep inside there because it might be a lot of information to understand. So let's move on. So why does the cloud matter to the education industry, right? So why are you listening to us talk, right? It's because cloud is the 4.0 industrial revolution, right? So as we venture, into different eras, we learn more and more about the different types of revolutions, and cloud is the fourth revolution. So in today's time, we talk a lot about cloud computing, we talk a lot about IoT, Internet of Things, we talk a lot about robotics, machine learning, etc. And it is very important to get an advantage, to get a head start, to start learning when you are young, because it will get harder and harder. It will only progress further and further in the cloud. Right, so as you can see, there is a lot of AWS services and features that are built on the cloud every day, right? So these are some statistics of AWS, and we have a lot of different services. So as you can see, we have mobile services, we have analytics, we have migration, machine learning, etc. So you can find out more in the management console when I show you through later. Right, so here are some of the customers that I talk about, like Netflix, Zoom, Toshiba, etc. They run on AWS infrastructure. So here are some things that you can build on AWS. Right, so this is something fun that we would like you to try out. So if you have your mobile phones, you can take out your mobile phones and give it a quick scan, right? Then you'll be able to find out what this services does. Right, so this is actually an image recognition service where if you take a photo, it will recognize what is in that photo, right? So if there is a face, it will recognize that, whether is it male or female, it will recognize if, you have some keyboards in that picture, etc. and whatnot. Right, so this recognition service is one of the key service we have under our machine learning pillar. Right, so oops, let's go back. Right, so if you did not manage to take a photo, you can actually see my screen, right? So this was a photo that I took quite a while back. So as you can see, there was a lot of mess, but it was able to detect, whatever is in that picture, right? It can detect that there's a screen, there's a monitor, it might be a TV, it might be a computer, there's a desk, and yeah, so this is the power of machine learning, right? We train the model strong enough to detect what is in that photo. So this is one of the hackathons that AWS conducted. So we had it across ASEAN region, and students managed to build really stunning prototypes. And this was something that we wanted to highlight to you guys because we feel that this solution is so powerful. If implemented, it will save a lot of time, for patients to get their medicine, right? So what is this product, right? So this product is called Dr. Robo. It is an on-demand prescription dispensing prototype. So if we see it closer, so usually when you go to a pharmacy, right, and when you collect your medicine, you have to take your queue number and you have to wait maybe half an hour to 2 hours before you are able to collect your medicine. It is a very, very, very long process. I hate that amount of wait, and I believe you guys hate it too, right? So what these students develop is actually, all you need to do is stand in front of this mobile phone right here. Okay, so you press this IoT button. This mobile phone will automatically detect who are you, right? Are you Valerie? Are you Oka? Who are you, right? So once it detects, it will go onto the back end Lambda system and the EC2, and it will pull out your records from a database, right? So for example, if they use RDS is one of the database available on Amazon Web Services. So if they pull out your information from the database, they are also able to pull out, hey, this person, Valerie, needs this particular medicine. For example, I need Panadol, right? So it will pull out the quantity of Panadol that I need, and then it will tell the Lambda, it will tell the EC2, and then the medicine will automatically be dispensed in this one of these cups, right? So this is the power of cloud computing, and it's built on many different services connected together, right? So usually in hackathons, we will want to see students, come up with an architecture to understand what kind of services are they using on the cloud, right? So to understand how did they even build this solution, right? What is their thought process? What are the services that they are utilizing, right? Because the cloud is very big, and we want to see, how they connect a compute service to a database service to an IoT service, etc. Right. So to give you another example, this was a recent hackathon that we held across 5 different countries, and Philippines was also one of them, right? We have more than 1,000 over students joining this hackathon and building very amazing solutions. Right, so they can even get, their project adopted through employment, through internships. So all these hackathons are really good for you to get, hands-on experience on the cloud. And also, just to show you, cloud computing is one of the top 10 skills that most companies actually need, right, as seen on LinkedIn statistics. So there are millions of jobs in the cloud, right? But why does it matter, right? So this was one of the statistics screenshot that Oka, my colleague, actually placed. So as you can see, the average salary of a solutions architect, of a developer is really, really, really very high. But of course, they will need a lot of knowledge, right, to even get to where they are at. So it is important to start learning today, right? To start getting your hands dirty on the cloud, because ultimately, as we move further into 4.0, there will be a lot of opportunities available on the cloud. So what is Amazon doing to address the skills gap, right? With so many job opportunities available, but not a lot of students being aware of the cloud, not a lot of students being aware of AWS, right? So we develop all these different educational programs. As you can see, we have AWS Educate, we have AWS Academy, we also have training and certification, right? So Educate is a platform where you can learn more, which I will show you in a demonstration later, right? So you can also find jobs on AWS Educate, right? So at start is, for example, if you develop a project in your school curriculum that you feel that has the potential to commercialize it, you really want to make a startup out of the business project that you created, you can always approach us on AWS EdStart, right? And then if your project goes through this particular criteria and we feel that we really see the potential in your project, we will offer you funding, right? We will link you up with different venture capitalists, to see how we can further help you scale this project into a real life project where you can actually make revenue, make money from it. Right. So AWS training and certification is where you get certified. For example, if you want to be certified in cloud practitioner certification, right? If you want to be certified in solutions architect, or if you want to get a specialty badge in machine learning, right? All these certificates are industry recognized, right? So we have different methods and ways for you to get started on AWS cloud. Right. So our tagline is to teach tomorrow's cloud workforce today. And this is our value proposition. So I will not bore you with all this business stuff. I will do a demonstration on the portal right away. So as I have shown previously, right, this is the sign up process. And just to recap, graduation year, birth year is really crucial because it will determine whether you get access to the management console or not. And it will also determine what kind of content, you are receiving on the AWS Educate platform. Right. So once you click sign in, this is how the portal will look like. Of course, if you are in a K-12 account, which is for students aged 17 and below, this interface will look slightly different. I will log into the AWS K-12 account later for your reference, right? So to get started, we will advise you to turn this on, right? Sharing profile with recruiters. Give it some time to load. Right, so I turned mine on. So why is turning this on important is because, if you really want to find an internship, you want to find a job, recruiters on this platform are able to search for your profiles, right? They are able to search for your profiles and they are able to reach out to you directly. So if this is turned off, then they will not be able to see your profile. They will not be able to see that Valerie Leong, is available and is looking for a job on this AWS Educate platform. So this is a dashboard summary of, what career pathways you're learning, what are the badges you're learning, and this is where you can upload your resume, etc., right? So to give you a little bit more understanding about what is career pathways, what is badges, career pathways is more niche, right? So it targets you to really learn more about the particular job, right? So a cybersecurity specialist will learn very different things from a data scientist, right? Because it's different strengths, right? Different fields. So all you can do is click continue. And then you give it some time to load and all the modules will be available for you to learn more. So give it some time to load. I think it's taking a little while because I'm on my VPN right now. Right, so when it loads, it'll look something like this, right? So there will be some topics that will be covered. For example, if you are in the cybersecurity specialist, right, you will have to take modules that are regarding shared security responsibility model. You have to take modules about encryption, about access control and management, about your IAM, etc. So each career pathways will take different durations. Like for example, this will take about 30 to 40 hours. So every day or every week, if you spend a couple of hours learning, you'll complete it very quickly, right? So there are also quizzes and assignments available for you to get your hands dirty on the cloud. So it's a very structured program, and there are 12 career pathways, right? So the most popular one is actually Cloud Computing 101 because it gives you a brief overview of what are the different services available on AWS, right? So if you are still unsure about, what is your future career goal, don't worry, you can get started with Cloud Computing 101 first. Right, so what is badges, right? So there's career pathways and there's badges. Badges, think of it as more of like a specialty, right? So it's like a touch and go kind of format, right, for you to learn, right? So Sumerian is like the AR, VR, 3D, you learn more about your filters. Like for example, Facebook, Instagram, they have filters, right? So how they did it was through AR, augmented reality, right? So you can learn more about it here. And if you want to learn more about machine learning in a fun and exciting way, we also have our Deep Racer batch, which is very popular. So it will teach you more about reinforcement learning, right? And we also have our Alexa batch, which is our voice assistant software. Then there are many different badges here that you can learn more about. And if you are leaning more towards the business side, we also have AWS Startup Batch, right, which will teach you more about funding. How do you get funding? How do you build your minimum viable prototype? How do you scale up your business, right? So as I mentioned earlier, you can search for jobs on this AWS Educate portal as well. Right, so you can see Accenture, they list their jobs here, right? Many other companies also list their jobs here for you to browse, right? Okay, so the interesting thing is this AWS account, right? Because it leads you to the AWS Management Console. So to go there, you can click on AWS Educate Starter account. So usually if you sign up with the promotion link that I placed in a chat earlier, you will have $100 credits, right? And it will expire on a yearly basis. So why am I having 90 credits only is because I have already utilized, some of the AWS services. I trained some of my Deep Racer models, right? So that's why I'm only left with 90, but don't worry because it will renew on a yearly basis depending on the graduation date that you put. Right, so to get onto the console, click on AWS Educate Starter account. Give it some time to load. Right, so I'm brought to this vocarium, which is like a middleman, right? So you can click on AWS console. This is happening because I'm logged into my corporate account, but don't worry, once I log out, I can always log back in. Okay, let's click it again. Give it some time. Right. Okay, great. I'm in my AWS Management Console, right? So this is not a sandbox environment, right? This is not a fake environment. This is a real environment that all developers across the world is using, right? We give it to you right here, right now. It's for real. Okay, so you can see there are many different services on the AWS Management Console, but don't worry, take your time to really understand each and every one of them on AWS Educate first. Okay, so the most common services that most people use is actually Deep Racer. So I'll show you. So if you click on Deep Racer, right, give it some time to load. Right. As you can see, we are having the 2020 reInvent Championship right now. So Deep Racer is really more about a machine learning, right? How you train your car to follow and stay on track, right? It's about reward and punishment. Okay, so there are many documentation that you can read to get yourself familiarized with the different services that we have. I'm not going to go in depth into that because it will take a lot of time for the different services since we have so many different ones. But yeah, feel free to get your hands dirty and learn more about the different services that we have, because each and every services is very unique, right? So we also have analytics, right? We also have AR and VR, Amazon Sumerian. We have storage services like your Google Drive, right? But this is S3, simple storage service. Right. Is there anything you would like to add, Oka?
Hi, yes, Valerie. I am going to be doing a moderation type now. There are some questions that came. They are really interesting. So I hope you are able to answer that. Good afternoon, man. Are the courses under AWS Educate program free? How about the certification?
Right, this is a very good question. Yes, every content you learn here is free, right? It's a free to use content, it's a free to consume content, right? So this is something that AWS actually offered to students, right? Because that they see this supply and demand gap, in the cloud industry where so many different customers, so many different companies, they need people who are aware of cloud technology, right? But not a lot of students are aware of the cloud. Like for example, when I was in university, I also had no knowledge about the cloud, right? So to get started, early is really important, and all the content here is free. We even give you $100 US credits for you to try out on the AWS Management Console, which is why it is good, that you get started early. To talk about certification, once you complete a career pathway or batch, there will be a certificate for you to download then, but it will only be available for you to download once, right? So if you miss the download or if you accidentally deleted it, no worries, because we have this thing called digital credentials, right? So you can place your digital credentials in your resume as well. It is not industry recognized, right? But it shows your completion in the AWS Educate platform, right? It shows that you have actually learned something that is very valuable, right? For example, Deep Racer batch means that you have completed this machine learning pathway or batch on the AWS Educate account. So if you are looking at industry certification, as I mentioned earlier, that will be under training and certification. So the more common ones are actually, let me just show you right here.
Right, while Val is loading there, right, I just want to do a quick clarification. The certificates that you get on AWS Educate platform are not industry recognized in the sense that they are a certificate of completion. They shows that you have completed a particular career pathway, particular module. You have completed a self-paced online learning. So that's the certificate that you get. But what you are seeing right now, Kiku or AWS training, it is industrially recognized. Am I right to say that, Val?
Yes. So with this industry recognized certificate, right, it actually costs money to take the examination, and that's why it's also industry recognized, right? So with this cert, by training and certification, you can really tell the employer, hey, I'm certified on the cloud, right? Whereas for this AWS Educate certification is more of like a generic knowledge that you have, a completion certificate to encourage you to get uh, to learn more about the different cloud services, right? So one is industry recognized and one is not, but it doesn't mean that it's useless. It still have some point of use. If you tell your employers that, hey, you actually went onto your AWS Educate account and you learn more about cloud computing, you learn more about Deep Racer, you learn more about Alexa, for example, as an employer, I will still be impressed, right? Am I right, Oka?
Definitely. So they have both their use case, right? So just like you mentioned, the industry recognized one, if you are already say working in an industry, or let's say you are looking to upskill yourself from a zero knowledge, from a beginner, first step is to go ahead and take the AWS Educate modules first. once you have a good foundation, once you understand what the cloud is all about, how you can make use of the cloud, how you can exploit the services that are being offered by the cloud to your advantage, then go ahead and take the industry recognized certificate, which will cost money. So again, I will reiterate, if you were to if you are looking to get started, you are currently at a zero level. I don't know anything about cloud. I want to learn about cloud. Go on to AWS Educate, take the career pathway, especially the cloud computing 101. So if you are a beginner, say, hey, there are so many, where should I start from? Start from the top left corner, cloud computing 101. This will teach you, or this will set your foundation so that you can soar into the cloud industry. And then, well, there's another question coming in. The selfie analyzer that you show us just now, there is some sort of an error. Do you think there is going to be an improvement in the future?
I'm not really sure what kind of error that you are facing, but I'm sure our developers, our solution architects, they are always working hard to really improve all the demonstration that we show to students. So yes, keep a lookout for it. We are constantly upgrading our services, constantly coming up with new services. And to touch on that point, for example, if you have a project that you would like to deploy on the cloud, like you want to deploy a chatbot, feel free to always Google and search this thing called AWS. I think it was cloud formation, right? Am I right, Oka?
That's
There
right.
is a lot of stacks available. So I'm not going to show that on the screen right now, but you can always search this AWS cloud formation stacks, right? So what is a stack, right? A stack is, for example, let me just show you this Dr. Robo AWS solution.
While Val is finding, I just want to quickly address another question that came in. Can we still sign up for AWS Educate if we don't have, any institution-based email? Can I use my personal email to sign up? Yes, you can. But what is going to happen is initially you are going to get rejected. What then if you are going to get rejected? I am now going to type in an email address into the chat box now, apj-educat at amazon.com, amazon.com. So if you registered with a personal email address and your account got rejected, feel free to write in email to this email address at apj-educate@amazon.com. We will do a manual approval for you. You just tell us know that, hey, I signed up for an AWS Educate account and unfortunately I was not approved. Could you help me do an approval? We will help you do an approval. So not to worry about that. But that is only for those personal accounts. If you already have an institution email, like an email address given to you by the university, just go ahead and register with that institution email. All should be good. Back to you, Val.
Yeah. So a stack is like, for example, if you have different services and you are unsure of how to connect all these different services, a stack is like a ready-made template where you can just press and then create stack and then utilizing what other people created previously to deploy it onto the cloud. So it saves a lot of effort, but yeah, if you are more curious, you want to customize your own, feel free to do it on the AWS Management Console.
All right, and then I think this is like the second last question that we are looking at. What is AWS Educate Ambassador Program, and how do I qualify for it?
Okay, the AWS Educate Ambassador Program, right? If you're talking about the Student Ambassador Program, it means that you are applying to be an ambassador of AWS for your school, right? So for example, if you are currently enrolled in a university or, in a polytechnic and you would like to share more about AWS services with your fellow students, right? With the people in your school, you can actually try to apply this AWS Educate Student Ambassador.
Yeah, so this AWS Educate Student Ambassador Program, it's a yearly intake. Every year, there will be an exercise, there will be an opening period within during the month of May, April, about there, and then you apply for it. And when you're applying, they will ask you certain question like, the standard based question. Why do you want to be an ambassador? What is it that compel you to be an ambassador? And well, do you mind sharing with them what is the role of a student ambassador?
Yes, all right. So if you are able to see my screen, you have to do a lot of sharing, about AWS cloud services, about AWS Educate to your fellow students, right? You might even be invited to talks, and workshops where you can be the speaker to share more about AWS Educate, AWS, right? So here are the different member benefits. I think it's free to sign up, if I'm not wrong.
That's right. It's free to sign up.
Yeah, so you will get recognition, right? You'll get career development, you'll get exclusive access, all your marketing swags, like for example, your t-shirt, your water bottle, etc. You'll get a participation cert, all right? You will get like promotion credits, you'll get mentoring sessions with us as well. So this is a little bit competitive to apply for because there are limited availabilities for student ambassadors, right? We cannot have everyone being a student ambassador. So it's slightly competitive, but give it a shot, try applying for it as well. So the 2020 cohort is closed. So we'll be opening for the 2021 cohort soon. So feel free, to keep a lookout for this link if you would like to sign up to be a cloud ambassador or a student ambassador, etc.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the cloud ambassador gave you that credential in a sense that say, hey, I know my AWS stuff. And if you want to be a cloud ambassador, of course, you first have to know what the cloud is. So again, it's a good segue to use AWS Educate, pick up that cloud computing 101, finished it. And when you're applying for it, you have that bigger advantage over the rest of your competitors who are applying for the same position, right? If you know about the cloud already, you obviously have an edge over the rest.
Yep. So here are all the frequently asked questions as well. It's free to join. Then here are the different expectations and entry requirements. I'll place the link in the chat box so you can find out more if you're interested.
Oh yes, Cloud Ambassador is available for students. Maybe I'm understanding one of our participant question wrongly, but yes, Mr. John Stephan, this Cloud Ambassador program is for the students.
Yep. So we have an ambassador for teachers as well, the institution teachers. So we have different ambassadors program, right? But the two main ones are students and teachers, right? So don't apply for the wrong one. So this is the student ambassador program.
So if you are the students, apply for the student ambassador program. If you are educator or teacher, apply for the for the educate ambassador program, educator ambassador program.
Yep. Is
All
there
right,
any
keep the
other
question
questions?
rolling in, guys. I love this session. Easy going, and we are having fun as well, sharing. Let me see. There's another question coming in, Valerie. How about is there a school account available?
Yes.
How about the schools? Is there school-related account available?
Yes, there is. All right. So I'm going to try to share it here. All right, give some time to load. Yep. So as you can see on my screen, sorry, I choked my water. But yes, if you can see on my screen, there is this institution account that is available, right? So this institution account is more like if you are an educator or like, if you are like someone
administrator of the course.
It's like an administrator, right? So you will have classroom access where you can overlook all the students that sign up under you, right? So for example, if you're the school admin or if you're the educator, you have classroom access, you can create classroom environments, you can assign projects to students and you'll be able to top up their credit codes as well. So for example, if a student ran out of credits, you are able to have admin access where you can write into AWS Educate and we can help you top up your credits for the students, right? So it's like, think of it like a super access, right? So because student educators have more power over the students, right? So if you're a student account, your credit will be renewed yearly, but you will not be able to top up on on your own.
That's right. That's right. Valerie answered that correctly and short and sweet and nicely. Okay,
Right.
is there any question that you guys would like to ask? So while we are waiting for the question to come in, well, could you do a quick summary of everything that we have shared?
Right, sure. So as you can see, I have shared a lot of things today. Oka and I, we have talked through a lot of different things, but I think the most important things that to note of is that cloud is 4.0, right? So we are already in 4.0. It is important to get a head start. There are a lot of opportunities available. You just need to keep upskilling and be prepared, to consume all the different content out there that's available for you, right? And if you're a student, join more hackathons. It's okay even if you don't win, right? What's most important is that you gain more experience. You gain stuff that you can put on your resume. You gain, stories that you can tell to your prospective employers, right? You can share about your hackathon journey. How did you overcome the different challenges? What are the services you get explored with? Because, Oka and I really believe that the best way to learn is when you actually do it hands on, right? We can tell you as much theory as we want. You can listen to as much theory as you want, but the only way to test out the knowledge that you have learned is through trying it, right? Through application, right? And we give you a very good opportunity because you are able to access the AWS management console. Right. So I think we have covered pretty much everything that we want to share with you. Feel free to let us know if you have other questions. We will still be here, for a while to answer all your questions on the Q&A. Right. So back to you, Oka.
Right. So we have last 3 questions coming in. How can they apply for institution account, the school account, and is it for free? Let me answer the second part first while Val is navigating to the correct link. Yes, anything AWS Educate account related, it is going to be for free. So you don't have to pay a single cent to be an institution member. You don't have to pay a single cent to get in or get the school account. So Val, can you, walk us through from a new tab point of view, how can I navigate to school account registration? It seems like we have a lot of educators and school admins in the room as well.
All right, sure. So it's going to be slightly more complicated to apply for an institution account. I'll be able to share more instructions with you or with the organizers later, over the email. But feel free to write into the email address that Oka has shared previously. So it's apj-educate@amazon.com. So to give you a concise view, right, you can just click on Join AWS Educate. Right, then you click on institution. Right, so in this field, you have to fill up many different things, right? You have to fill in your school name, your institution size, your country. You have to appoint a central point of contact as well. And this thing is something tricky, right? So this is your AWS account ID. So what is this AWS account ID, right? So to give you more context, there are many different types of accounts that you can have on AWS. But the two main ones are AWS Educate account and AWS free tier account. So AWS free tier account, you will need to put a credit card to it, right? So this is more usually for corporate customers, right? So if anything, you use the services, you will be billed, right? But usually we'll provide credit codes for educators or institutions that have just started on the platform, right? So what's the difference between AWS free tier account and AWS Educate account is that on AWS Educate account, there may be some service restrictions that you'll be facing when you access the management console. Right, to give you an example, for example, if you are running a lot of data, like if you are hosting like a data analytics competition, you might face restrictions on SageMaker, which is our machine learning services. So because this Educate account is for students, to get their hands dirty on the cloud, it's not really meant to host for you to run multiple millions of data on the cloud, right? Because it's not really for commercial purpose. It's more for like trial and error for students to learn, right? So if you want to run those kind of software, you will need to use an AWS free tier account instead, and you'll be billed, right? So as you can see, here are all the different AWS services supported with AWS Educate Starter account. And our most common service, SageMaker, there is actually some restrictions, as you can see, right? Only these instance types are available, only these kind of training jobs available. So if you want to run like millions of data sets or thousands of data sets on AWS Educate Starter account, this is something that you will face. And this brings me back to AWS free tier account, right? So what is an AWS free tier account? I'll just show you briefly here. It's more like a business commercial account, right? But in order to set up an institution account, you will also need to create an AWS free tier account here first, right? Because you will need to use that account ID to fill up here, right? So it's a 12-digit number. Think of it like a security that we need to ensure that, because institution account have a lot of power, right? So we need to ensure that there's no fraudulent activities, which is why we will need you to connect your AWS free tier account to your institution Educate account.
Right. Thank you so much, Val. So not to confuse, right? Not to be confused for students and educators. So for students, please make use of the link that we have provided. Let me copy and paste that again. So this link that I've just entered into the chat again is for students to register. If you are an educator, and you would like to get a school account for you to use in your school, for you to give your students AWS Educate account and so on and forth, do write in an email to us if you are facing issues trying to, how should I put it? If you are facing issues trying to sign up for it, write in an email to the apj-educate@amazon.com. Pretty simple. It's APJ, Asia Pacific Japan, APJ-ADUCATA educate@amazon.com. So if you face any issue, be it you are a student or an institution member trying to get an institution account / school account, facing any problem, write in an email to us. We will do a walkthrough with you. If you even say that, hey, I would like to get a more idea of what is an institution account, also write in to us. We can schedule a one-on-one with you to give you a deeper explanation of it. So Val, I see this one, another interesting question coming in. Up to how many certs can they obtain on AWS Educate? Again, is AWS Educate free?
Yes, AWS Educate is free, so you can go ahead and complete, all career pathways, all the badges. We didn't limit anyone, on the number of certificates that you can get here or the number of courses that you can complete, right? Because of course, the more knowledge you have, the more powerful you get, right? So yeah, please just go ahead to complete as many as you can, set aside a couple of hours every week. I think it will be beneficial to you. And one point that I missed out was to show how the AWS Educate K-12 account will look like, right? So some people who are signing in with a K-12 account, they might get a shock. So I'll just quickly show you guys here. Right. So it's more animated, right? It's like a minor account. So as you can see, it's really very animated. So in this K-12 account, we have 3 additional badges, right? We have Cloud Explorer, Cloud Inventor, Cloud Builder, right? So you can click and continue, or you can click to start, and you can learn more about the different modules that are under these particular badges, right? So you're thinking, hey, then would I miss out on the other content that I see on the starter account, right? Not to worry, because you can click on advanced learning. Right, so you can click on advanced learning and you'll be able to access the badges, the career pathways as well. So don't worry, if you are younger than 17, you will not be missing out a lot of stuff, right? So you can still get access to all these different things, and you can click on My Backpack, right? You won't have portfolio, but you'll have My Backpack to track, what are the things that you have completed. And of course, if you are in a K-12 account, you will notice that, the job board is missing, right? Because the job board is only available for students with a starter account who are age 17 and above, because of some PDPA privacy reasons, right? We want to ensure that, students, they are clear of what they are doing, when they're on the platform, right?
That's right.
So
Thank you so much, Val. So let me quickly address the last three questions before we run out of time. First question that I would like to address is there any requirement when trying to enroll? No, you don't have to have any requirement when you are trying to sign up for an AWS Educate account. No, not required. And second question that I want to address is by completing different career pathways in AWS Educate, will be allowed to pass different AWS certification exam? Definitely, because it's knowledge, right? The more knowledge you have, the better chances for you to pass the actual certification exam. So even if you are not planning to take the certification exam, go ahead and register for an AWS Educate account, learn about the cloud, learn about how to make use of it, dive deep, go in, flip it inside out, play around with the platform, and get yourself updated, get yourself upskilled. And last question is, what is the difference between educator account and institution according account? So let me do a quick comparison between different types of account that we have. First is student account. Very obvious, student account is for student. Second is educator account. Educator account are for teachers who don't really want to create an institution account, because creating an institution account require a little bit more of a step compared to getting an educator account. But that also means that, again, just like Bell mentioned, if you are getting an institution account, you would have more control over the platform. Like if you have an institution account, you are able to create like mass invitation to your students to get a bunch of students get on board at the same time, instead of asking students to go in and register. So again, institution account is meant for, institution account is meant for or to be used by administrators of a course. Let's say you are currently holding a position where you have an authority to plan out the schedule for a course, for a module, and you would like to incorporate this AWS Educate into your course/module. It would be best for you to apply for an institution account instead of educated account. But let's say you are a teacher teaching a particular module, you are not involved in planning. All you want to do is you want to just teach your students about the cloud computing in, let's say, one or 2 days, within 1 week, 2 weeks, get your student updated ASAP, then get yourself an educator account. And of course, last one, if you are a student, get yourself a AWS Educate student account, again, which is the link that we've been sending over and over. Yes,
yes.
and Val has some interesting snippet/info that she would like to share.
Right. So to end off everything, if you face any account rejections, like if you apply for a student account and got rejected, or if you are trying to apply for an institution account and you need more clarification, feel free to write in to us at apj-educate@amazon.com, and we can reply you there more quickly, and we can explain a lot more details, right, over email, because now we are live and many different people have different questions. So if you really, need someone to help you after this session ends, don't worry, we'll still be available here, right? You can write in to us and we will answer all your questions. Thank you. Thank you for having Oka and me, and have a nice day, everyone.
Before I go off, I just want to answer the last question again. What if they have what if they have yet to graduate because they cannot fill up the graduation year and a month? You did not hear this from me, but just estimate your graduation date, year and month, right? So let's say you are still studying, put yourself into, say you will be graduating at 2022 or 2023. It is okay. So you don't have to get the actual graduation date month. It's just an estimate will do.
Yep. So you can even put up to 2025. But of course, I think usually people will just put like 2022. Yeah. So yeah, just sign up for an account, get your hands dirty, learn as much as you can. And that sums up our sharing for the day. Is there any final questions before we take our leave?
Can one person get 2 accounts, Val?
We don't recommend that, but if you are having any issues with your institution email, you can always sign up using your personal email as well. So I hope that addresses your question in an indirect way. Yeah.
All right, it seems like we are done here and the time is now 4:40 or so. Hopefully we did not overrun our time, and thank you so much for having us all.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Valerie and Okat, for your good talk and very informative. Yeah, so thank you everyone for joining our first virtual Y4IT given the pandemic, and for all the speakers who share with us their precious time and expertise. We would also like to thank our partners for helping make this event possible: Linux Professional Institute, Amazon Web Services, Microgenesis, One Password, and Winscribe. Yeah. So thank you, Valerie and Leong, and Merry Christmas to all. On behalf of the UP System Information Technology Foundation, Department of Computer Science of the UP Diliman, and the UP Information Technology Development Center, we thank you all for sharing with us today, and for all speakers and all participants from all over the country who joined Y4IT. We hope to see you all again next year. Be safe and be well. And please, for all attendees, fill up the feedback form once you leave the webinar room, so that we will know how we can improve better for our next Y4IT. Thank you, everyone, and Merry Christmas.